大会。提醒现场的贵宾，请尽速就座，并请记得将您的手机关机或调为震动。谢谢您的配合。Distinguished guests, the 90th anniversary celebration ceremony of the National Central Library will begin shortly. Please take your seat and turn off your cell phone or switch it to vibration mode. Thank you for your cooperation. 那今天我们也特别为外宾准备了同步口译的服务。若您有需要，可以将您的耳机先戴起来，试试看是否可以听得到口译的声音。And for our foreign dignitaries today, simultaneous interpretation service will be provided. You can put on a headset and give it a try and see if you can listen to the interpreters. Thank you very much. 各位贵宾，我们的活动即将开始，请您尽速就座，并再次提醒，请记得将手机关机或调为震动。谢谢您的配合。Ladies and gentlemen, our ceremony will begin shortly. Please take your seat and turn off your cell phone or switch it to vibration mode. Thank you for your cooperation. 各位贵宾，我们的活动即将开始，麻烦请各位尽速就座，谢谢您的配合。再次提醒现场的贵宾，我们活动即将开始，请您尽速就座，并且提醒您，请记得将手机关机或调为震动。谢谢您的配合。Ladies and gentlemen, our ceremony will begin shortly. Please take your seat and turn off your cell phone or switch it to vibration mode. Thank you for your cooperation. 各位贵宾，请以热烈的掌声欢迎蔡英文总统莅临现场。Please welcome Her Excellency President 蔡英文 with a warm round of applause. 总统好。好，我们有请总统就座。Please be seated. 国家图书馆90周年馆庆庆祝大会典礼开始，各位贵宾，欢迎各位莅临现场，一同欢庆国家图书馆90岁的生日。特别感谢蔡总统百忙之中拨冗出席。活动一开始，首先邀请纯竹乐团、台湾竹乐团带来序幕表演，掌声欢迎。 主乐团带来精彩的表演。Thank you to the Taiwan Bamboo Orchestra for the wonderful performance. Thank you. 台湾竹乐团是一个非常特别的乐团，各位可以看到，他们所有的乐器都是以竹子所制成。待会儿还会继续为大家带来精彩的表演。国家图书馆自民国22年成立以来，始终肩负着征集、整理、典藏全国的图书资讯，保存文化、弘扬学术研究，推动以及辅导全国各类型图书发展的任务与使命，期盼透过知识与阅读的力量，厚植国家文化实力，并且拓展学术交流，扩大全球影响力。今天我们非常荣幸能够邀请到蔡英文总统亲临现场，为国家图书馆致辞宣勉，请以热烈的掌声欢迎蔡总统。
我们国家图书馆曾淑贤馆长、教育部林明玉次长，还有我们来自全世界的国家图书馆代表，以及现场所有的贵宾，大家好。
好。
很多人在准备大考的时候，会来我们国家图书馆的自修室；学生做研究的时候，也会来我们国图馆找资料。国家图书馆已经90岁了。我相信在这里有很多人探索知识的回忆。这几年，国图在空间跟硬体设备上也不断的在进步升级。像是进到国图，过去需要实体的阅览证，现在只要用手机的 QR code 一扫就能够进馆，非常的便民。我们的国家图书馆不只是提供一般图书馆的服务，更肩负国家级的图书馆的任务，包括向世界推广我们具有台湾特色的台湾研究以及汉学研究。国图也在全球28个国家设立了45个汉学资源中心，扩大台湾的学术影响力，让世界看到台湾。此外，我们国家图书馆南部的分馆也将在2025年落成启用。在这个台南的分馆，将是我们国图的图书资料资讯的发展中心，和我们图书服务的创新育成中心。未来也是台湾在国际学术交流和知识传播上的非常重要的枢纽。国家图书馆不仅是台湾文化实力的表现，也是代表台湾在全球拓展学术的影响力。今天还有8所国际级的国家图书馆一起来到现场，我要感谢各界专家学者，让国图这座学术和文化的宝库越来越丰富。最后，我要祝福国图90周年馆庆的活动圆满顺利，谢谢大家。
谢谢总统，我们有请总统请在台上留步。接下来，我们也将邀请贵宾上台，一同庆贺国家图书馆的90岁生日。待会儿也请唱到名的贵宾请上台。Now it's time for the celebration ceremony. Please come up to the stage when your name is called. 让我们欢迎教育部林明玉政务次长、国家图书馆曾淑贤馆长、教育部终身教育司李玉娟司长。接下来，让我们欢迎国家图书馆的历任馆长曾纪群馆长、王文禄馆长。And now let's welcome the representatives from the 8 national libraries. 大英 Sir Rowley Keating, 加拿大 Leslie Weir, 捷克 Thomas Fulton, 爱沙尼亚 Jana Andreso, 波兰 Julia Konopka Zonierczuk, 立陶宛 Professor Dr. Ronaldas Gudauskas, 德国 Frank Schweitzer, 以及新加坡 Cherpong。好，我们请台上的贵宾就位。 好 ，Please assume your position。接下来，我们就有请工作人员为我们推出生日蛋糕。And now, the staff will bring us the birthday cake。接下来，我们要邀请全场的贵宾，跟我们一起庆祝珍贵的国图90周年，生日快乐！ And now, we will celebrate the NCL's 90th anniversary together。90周年真的是了不起的里程碑。接下来，我们也要邀请工作人员为我们递上礼刀。我们有请工作人员可以为我们递上礼刀。待会儿我们请全场跟我们一起倒数3、2、1的时候呢，就有请蔡总统帮我们切下生日蛋糕。好，请全场的贵宾跟我们一起倒数，准备好了吗？来，3、2、1。祝福国家图书馆90周年生日快乐 ！Happy 90th birthday to the National Central Library！ 请工作人员帮我们收回礼刀。接下来就有请台上的贵宾帮我们一起进行合影。我们祝福国图生日快乐 ！Happy birthday！ 好。我们有请台上的贵宾 ，Please look at the camera。有请台上的贵宾看向前方的相机。好，请大家第2张帮我们伸出大拇指，比个赞 ，Give us your thumbs up。好，我们一起掌声，谢谢。我们请台上的贵宾请留步。接下来，让我们以掌声恭送总统离开会场。Thank you, President Tsai, for gracing us with your presence. And now we will send up President Tsai. Thank you again. 各位贵宾，请以热烈的掌声，我们谢谢总统亲临会场。Thank you, President Tsai, for being here with us, and thank you so much for your remarks and encouragement. 谢谢总统，谢谢，谢谢。好，我们再次掌声，谢谢总统亲临会场，谢谢蔡总统。台上的贵宾，我们也请各位可以回座。Thank you to the guests on the stage. Please return to your seat. 今天我们的活动非常的丰富紧凑。那今天在我们欢庆国家图书馆90周年之际呢，也要跟大家说明。自从国家图书馆建馆以来，除了保存重要的典藏书籍之外呢，也致力于推动创新，而且在疫情期间也会运用网络，及时将图书馆的资讯跟服务送到民众的身边，成为民众坚实的后盾。另外呢，我们也发展了超过60个数位的资料库，提供民众快速便利的知识服务，借此推动国际交流。As mentioned before, the National Central Library plays a very important role in the collection, organization, and archiving of important books. But on top of that, the NCL is also committed to innovation and also international cooperation. So during the COVID-19 pandemic, the NCL also used the internet to real-time promote the library services and resources to the people who are having the lockdown at home. So this has become a very important source of comfort for the public. Also, the NCL has developed over 60 digital databases so that people can quickly access the knowledge and services they need in a convenient manner. And that's also a very important part for our international cooperation. 接下来呢，让我们再次邀请台湾竹乐团回到现场，为我们带来中场演奏，掌声欢迎。 台湾菊乐团带来的美好演奏，谢谢。今天我们在国家图书馆90周年，可以说是冠盖云集。感谢许多贵宾亲临现场，对国图表达最诚挚的祝福。接下来为大家介绍与会贵宾，也请唱到名的贵宾起立跟大家挥手致意。让我们欢迎教育部林明玉政务次长。 教育部终身教育司李玉娟司长，外交部欧洲司刘拓副秘书长。And now we welcome the 8 representatives of the national libraries. Sir Rolly Keating, Chief Executive of the British Library. Thomas Fulton, Director General of the National Library of the Czech Republic. Julia Konopka-Zoniarczuk, Director General of the National Library of Poland. Jano Andreso, Director General of the National Library of Estonia. Professor Dr. Renoldas Gudauskas, Director General of Martynas Mažvydas, National Library of Lithuania. Ng Chirpong, Director General of the National Library Board of Singapore. Frank Scheuze, Director General of German National Library. Leslie Weir, Librarian and Archivist of the Library and Archives Canada. Han Lin Xie, Curator of the Chinese Collections of the British Library. Crystal Weimann, Director of Library Services of National Library of Estonia. Also from the National Library Board Singapore, Chief Librarian Jean Tan. And Tan Li Lin, Officer to CEO. 接下来为大家欢迎国家图书馆历任馆长曾纪群馆长。 以及王文禄馆长。接下来欢迎国家图书馆馆务咨询委员、国立台湾大学图书资讯学系陈雪华名誉教授，中央研究院台湾史研究所谢国兴研究员。 And now the Excellencies, Ambassadors, and Honorable Representatives to the ROC Taiwan, His Excellency Rudy Stanley Pan, Ambassador of Haiti. His Excellency Doña Francis, Ambassador of St. Christopher and Nevis. His Excellency Dr. Robert K. Lewis, Ambassador of St. Lucia. Her Excellency Andrea Bowman, Dean of the Diplomatic Corps and Ambassador of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Mrs. Daniela Ortiz Figueroa, Minister Counsel of Embassy of the Republic of Guatemala. Mr. John David Dennis, Representative of the British Office. Mr. Ralph Rogers, Director of the British Council. Mr. David Stanka, Representative of the Czech Economic and Cultural Office. Ms. Teresa Humer, Director of the Goethe Institute, Taipei. Ms. Karolina Baronska, Public and Cultural Diplomacy Expert of the Polish Office in Taipei. 日本台湾交流协会新闻文化部部长村岛裕代 Murashima Ikuyu 女士，台湾欧洲联盟中心郑家庆执行长。接下来欢迎研讨会的讲者，国立政治大学图书资讯与档案学研究所杨美华教授，淡江大学图书馆宋雪芳馆长。 中华民国图书馆学会理事长暨国立台湾大学图书资讯学系陈光华教授兼图书馆馆长。 国立台湾师范大学图书资讯学研究所柯浩仁教授暨副所长。中华图书资讯馆际合作协会理事长暨台北医学大学通识教育中心邱子恒教授兼图书馆馆长。接下来，让我们欢迎佛光山佛陀纪念馆馆长如常法师，欢迎各县市图书馆及文化教育机构国史馆许瑞浩副馆长。国立公共资讯图书馆赖中勤副馆长，台中市政府文化局曾能丁副局长，台北市立图书馆洪哲义馆长，高雄市立图书馆林义成代理馆长。我们也感谢现场所有出席的朋友 ，Thank you once again for your participation。90年来，国家图书馆能够成就90年的精彩历史，有赖历任馆长带领同仁努力耕耘的成果。接下来就让我们邀请从民国99年开始领导国家图书馆至今的曾淑贤馆长上台致辞，掌声欢迎。
教育部林政务次长、中山司李玉娟司长，国家图书馆曾前馆长、王前馆长，在座各位外国使节代表，还有来自8个国家的国家图书馆馆长，各位主持人、主讲人以及来自出版界、图书资讯界、资讯界以及各界的好朋友、各位贵宾、各位媒体朋友，大家早安。
早。
非常感谢教育部林政务次长吕玉娟司长，还有中华民国图书馆学会陈光华理事长，我们的历任馆长，还有跟我们一直都是很好的合作伙伴的各国的大使，以及我们国外的国家图书馆的伙伴。国家图书馆庆祝90周年的馆庆，能够有各位的莅临，我们感到倍增光彩。在这边也要特别感谢各位参与今天的庆祝大会，也要特别感谢教育部长官的大力支持跟指导。国家图书馆已经迈入90岁，在这个喜庆的时刻，本人谨向历任的馆长以及所有过去还有现在在国家图书馆曾经服务的同仁表示敬意跟感激。国家图书馆的卓越成长及光辉的历史，都是在历任馆长的卓越领导之下，以及在我们所有的同仁努力奉献之下所创造的一棒接一棒。此外，本人也要向来自各个领域的长官、专业学者还有朋友表示诚挚的感谢。由于各位的全心全意的指导跟支持，让国家图书馆可以持续的大步向前迈进，在馆藏丰富、服务专业性、学术共享性、文化传播性等等，获得各方面的丰富的成果，也继续扮演知识领航者的角色。回顾过去的岁月里，从民国22年筹备创馆迄今，历经抗战西迁，到迁台复馆，国家图书馆与时俱进，成长茁壮。无论在馆舍空间、硬体设备、馆藏资源、合作对象、资讯服务，甚至图书馆的服务客群等等方面，都有了极大的变革与突破。 国家图书馆始终肩负着征集、整理、典藏全国图书资讯、保存文化、弘扬学术研究、推动及辅导全国各类型图书馆发展的任务和使命，借由知识跟阅读的力量来厚植国家文化的软实力，为台湾图书馆界的演变及发展建立了最重要的里程碑，已经发展成台湾的重要知识跟文化传播的重心。国家图书馆也积极跟个人乃至政府机构、各级的学校、各个出版单位、图书资讯界、学术界、各国驻台领事馆、代表处、大使馆等等，还有教育文化机构、民间的基金会，来进行策略联盟，透过同业跟异业的合作方式，扩大阅读资源跟范围，提供多元的艺文体验，也共建共享学术资源，开拓国际交流的版图。在这边也要特别感谢出版界、企业界及图书馆界等共同参与创造国家图书馆90年历史成果的重要合作伙伴。国家图书馆也主动改变服务的模式，延伸服务年龄对象，分析全国阅读趋势，打破传统空间的印象，进而打造国家图书馆成为知识指标的殿堂，使图书馆成为国人生活乃至生命当中不可或缺的一部分，充分发挥图书馆在新时代的功能与价值。知识就是力量，是15世纪哲学家弗朗西斯·培根的名言。直到数位时代，仍然证明图书馆保存人类知识文化资产的恒定不变的价值。为了使国家图书馆成为知识领航员，并且使台湾的图书馆在国际舞台上占有一席之地，我在2010年12月就任之后，就提出6大愿景、14项策略，并且在2020接续提出国家图书馆的2021到2030的策略计划，规划6大愿景、12项策略目标以及61项的执行方案，希望能够充分发挥国家图书馆知识、文化、学习、体验、创新、合作6大价值。在过去执行期间，也获得许多丰硕的成果，例如我们在图书书目上传国际资料库部分，是全球以及亚洲排名双列第1，以资讯与行政透明措施完整，也荣获法务部透明金质奖特优机关，是全国第一个获得这个殊荣的社教馆所。我们也首创国图到你家的服务，民众在打开电视的同时，就可以看到、听到国图丰富的电子书资源。我们也获选为世界图书馆2022最佳实践案例之一。此外，我们打造国际的台湾阅读节阅读活动品牌，也荣获美国图书馆学会国际创新服务奖。我们的印象太阳 VR 也荣获国家发展委员会第1届 SR 创新经典的大赏，消费体验类文化艺术的应用类大奖。此外呢，也积极开拓国际交流的版图，在全球28个国家设置45个台湾汉学资源中心，扩大学术的影响力。规划并启用多媒体创意实验中心，跟新建南部分馆暨全国联合典藏中心，甚至在疫情闭关期间，本馆仍然持续坚守岗位，服务不打烊，把资料直接递送到读者的手中，用知识服务陪伴每一位需要的读者。为了庆祝本馆90周年馆庆，我们特地规划了一系列的活动，包括世纪变迁下的图书馆、跨越90国家图书馆馆庆 国际研讨会，邀请世界重要国家的馆长们进行演讲，同时邀请台湾的学者专家与会，希望透过交流可以分享各国服务现况跟趋势，提升图书馆的影响力到全球的每个角落。我们也规划了知识瑰宝国家图书馆90周年馆庆特展，展览内容以历年来馆舍迁移跟新建的历史，结合本馆最与众不同的收藏品，包括多色灿然的古籍套印本、民间古书器、当代名家手稿，还有创刊号的杂志，还有本馆发行的期刊、学术研究的论文等等。希望透过这些藏品背后动人的故事，邀请民众透过展览，从不同的面向来认识国家图书馆馆藏的丰富性跟服务的多元性。此外，我们也在昨天特别发布了抢救古籍文献汇编、抢救古籍传世宝藏、抢救古籍关键人物系列馆史专书3部6册，以及国家图书馆宝藏的英文版，呈现国家图书馆珍贵馆藏资源跟背后如何透过众人辛苦罗致，终于能够使国家的文脉不断，并且成就了一座傲然称世的国家图书馆的史实记录。在国家图书馆成立90年之际，本人再次感谢林政务次长、理事长，还有现场各位贵宾的莅临，也诚挚的邀请在场的所有嘉宾为这个历史性的时刻见证，也持续支持跟关注台湾的图书馆事业，让我们一同携手合作，秉持承先启后、继往开来的精神，持续朝卓越国图、智慧台湾的愿景前进。为图书馆创造美好的未来，也为台湾创造更大的竞争力。最后，要祝福所有的贵宾、与会的学者、专家、朋友身体健康，事业顺利。谢谢。
掌声谢谢曾馆长，我们有请馆长先行回座，谢谢。诚如刚才馆长所提到，国际合作是国图非常重要的一块，未来要发展的重点。国图与大英图书馆长久以来互动频繁，关系密切。2021年更与大英图书馆签署了 MOU 合作备忘录。在此基础下，本年度国图将与大英图书馆进行中文古籍数位化的合作，预计将完成48种书目之数位化作业。这也象征着台英文化交流的新里程碑，预期也会为海内外的专家学者提供更多的研究资源，对于深化两国的关系也会有莫大的注意。接下来，我们即将进行签约仪式，我们也麻烦请唱到名的贵宾一同上台。And now it's time for the signing ceremony. 接下来，让我们欢迎大英图书馆的签约代表、首席执行长 Sir Rowley Keating， 国图签约代表曾淑贤馆长，麻烦请上台。接下来，我们也邀请教育部林政务次长、英国在台办事处代表 Mr. John David Dennis 以及英国文化协会处长 Mr. Ralph Rogers 共同上台见证。Sir Rowley Keating, Chief Executive of the British Library, and Director General Zeng Shuxian of the NCL will sign the agreement. Deputy Minister of Education Lin and Representative John David Dennis of the British Office and Director Ralph Rogers of the British Council will now witness the ceremony on the stage. 好，我们 please be seated， 请就坐。好，我们有请工作人员递上约本。好，请双方代表。好，接下来我们有请双方代表签署约本。Please sign the agreement. 请双方代表交换并签署约本。Please exchange the agreement and sign again. 好，我们的签约仪式在这个部分就此完成。我们有请台上的贵宾，麻烦请起立，移步到舞台前方，并请将您的约本展示给我们的媒体朋友。So please come to the front of the table and show the agreement to our photographers. And let's have a photo call. 掌声，我们恭喜国图跟大英图书馆的 MO 的合作协议的签署。Thank you very much.Sir Rolly Keating, please remain on the stage. 接下来呢，我们先有请曾馆长、林次长以及 Mr. Davis and Mr. Rogers, please return to your seat. 我们先请馆长跟次长先行回座。And now we will invite Sir Rolly Keating, Chief Executive of the British Library, to give us his remarks. 接下来呢，我们有请大英图书馆馆长为我们致辞。我们先有请次长还有馆长可以先行回座，谢谢。
Thank you, Director General Zeng, Deputy Minister, distinguished guests, friends from around the world, everyone here today. What an honor and a delight it is to have been able to sign this agreement in this wonderful space today and to be here in person too. At the British Library, we have a mission to share the treasures and items that we hold in trust for the world with as many people around the world as possible. And we describe our international purpose as being to work with partners internationally to advance knowledge and mutual understanding. And I cannot think of a better example of that than what is happening here today. Director General Zeng, the partnership between your institution and ours is cherished by all of us at the British Library. It has deep roots. This is the second, this comes out of the second MOU that's been signed even in my time at the library. And it's a relationship based on many things, mutual learning, knowledge exchange, respect for skills and dialogue. And on our side, it's also underpinned by a great sense of responsibility for the Chinese collections that we hold in trust at the British Library. Some 100,000 printed books, 2,500 periodical runs, great treasures including ancient oracle bones, the Diamond Sutra, volumes of the Yongle Dadian and other remarkable items which it is a privilege to care for, but it is vital that through digitization we find ways to share more and more of this content internationally. And today's agreement builds on the Memorandum of Understanding we signed here, or we signed with National Central Library in January 22, and it is to bring 48 items from our Chinese collections to a global public, some 15,000 images in all for the benefit not just of people here and in the UK, but globally. And I feel it couldn't be happening on a more wonderful occasion than this terrific celebration of 90 years of NCL. So I just want to conclude my brief remarks, and you will be hearing more from me, by saying thank you for the partnership and happy birthday.
Thank you very much, Sir Rolly Keating. Please return to your seat. Thank you. Thank you. 接下来，国家图书馆将与捷克共和国国家图书馆签订合约。本次正式签署合作协议具有重大的意义，不论是在专业人员、知识、经验与技术的分享，或者是定期寄送台湾出版品的资源，以分享给捷克各界，都将更加具体化。相信两馆的正式合作将可增进文化交流，提升图书馆服务，以促进台湾、捷克两国人民对彼此文化的认识，共创双赢。接下来就让我们欢迎捷克共和国国家图书馆签约代表 Tomas Fulton、国图签约代表曾淑贤馆长，请上台。接下来我们也邀请林政务次长以及捷克经济文化办事处代表 Mr. David Steinke 共同上台见证。 Mr. Thomas Fulton, Director General of the National Library of the Czech Republic, and Director General Zeng Shuxian of the NCL will sign the MOU. Deputy Minister Lin and Representative David Stanke of the Czech Economic and Cultural Office will witness the ceremony. 请就座. Please be seated. 好，我们有请工作人员递上约本。好，请双方代表签署约本。Please sign the MOU. 好，请交换约本并再次签署。Please exchange the MOU and sign again. So once again, please exchange and sign again. 好，我们恭喜国图与捷克共和国的国家图书馆完成签约仪式。麻烦请贵宾移步到舞台前，并且展示。交换给啊，抱歉，请再继续签署，谢谢。等一下，我递麦。好，仪式有3份，所以需要花一点时间。来，我们也非常高兴，国图能够跟捷克的国家图书馆进行相关的签约仪式。好，我们谢谢台上的签约代表，麻烦请带着约本移步到舞台前方进行合礼。Please bring the MOU to the front of the stage and let's have a photo call. 好，我们请台上贵宾看向前方的相机。Please look at the cameras in the front and give us your thumbs up. 好，我们掌声恭喜国图还有捷克国家图书馆。And Mr. Thomas Fulton, please remain on the stage. 我们有请曾馆长、林次长，请先回座。Mr. David Stanke, please return to the seat. Now we will invite Mr. Thomas Fulton, Director General of the National Library of the Czech Republic, to give us his remarks. 我们接下来有请捷克共和国国家图书馆馆长为我们致辞。Please.
Thank you. The Director General, the Deputy Director, Your Excellencies Ambassadors, dear Directors General of the National Libraries, librarians, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. National Library of Czech Republic is deeply honored to take an active part at this 19th anniversary celebration here in National Central Library in Taipei. And we are also very pleased for this special moment of the signing ceremony of the joint memorandum. From the National Library of Czech Republic perspective, and from my personal view, is this memorandum the right proof of the international cooperation of the national libraries. It opens the space for the knowledge exchange, the exchange of the experience, and it opens the gate for the trainings of the librarians from both libraries, meaning National Library of Czech Republic and NCL. The first result of this memorandum is going to be held within 1.5 months. It's my great pleasure to invite all of you to Prague for the opening ceremony of the exhibition called Imprint of Civilization, which was created under the cooperation of the National Central Library in Taipei and National Library of Czech Republic. All of you are warmly welcome to come to Prague, to our beautiful premises of the National Library of Czech Republic, located in the heart of the Prague, the magnificent Baroque area of the Clementinum. To the end of my short remark, I would like to wish to the National Central Library all the best. Happy birthday. Vše nejlepší.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Please return to your seat. Thank you. 国图肩负完整保存国家图书文献的使命，发展馆藏特色，充实图书资源之路任重而道远，多有赖各界牵成，如时雨，如春风，沾盖起握。为表彰捐赠者嘉惠学灵之无私奉献， 特别在90周年之际，举办民间重要图书文献以及手稿的捐赠仪式。首先，王佩琪女士将代表国图王前馆长郑胡教授捐赠手稿资料。王前馆长于民国108年去世，享寿95岁。生前叮嘱将遗留的资料捐赠本馆，并由长女王佩琪代表捐赠。本次捐赠范围包括著作手稿、信函、档案、聘书、照片、教学资料等，供后人研究。接下来就让我们邀请教育部林政务次长、国图曾馆长以及王佩琪女士，请来到舞台上，我们掌声欢迎。好，请就位。接下来，我们就请王佩琪女士捐赠与国家图书馆。我们请曾馆长代表受赠。好，请看向前方的相机。接下来，我们有请次长帮我们致赠感谢牌。好，请看向前方相机。接下来也请次长为我们颁赠礼品。好，请继续看向前方的相机。好，今天王佩琪女士的弟弟也来到会场，我们有请我们王女士的家属，欢迎一起来到台上。好，我们掌声欢迎。那我们也请台上的贵宾一同看向前方的相机，一起合影。好，我们掌声谢谢王女士跟家人，请回座。我们请次长跟曾馆长请在台上留步，谢谢。我们请王女士跟家人可以先行回座，非常感谢您的捐赠。接下来，让我们邀请王水忠先生来到舞台上。资深艺术收藏家王水忠先生长期耕耘文物以及艺术品的收藏事业，以丝织品还有字画为收藏的重点。王水忠先生曾经捐赠王国藩藏书资料以及佛典与国家图书馆，本次又再度捐赠知名历史小说家高阳的手稿以及文物。接下来呢，就由王水忠先生来捐赠与国家图书馆，我们请曾馆长来代表受赠。好，我们有请，来，请先合照，请看向前方的相机，我们掌声谢谢王水忠先生。我们有请教育部林次长为我们颁赠感谢牌。好，请合影，麻烦看向前方的相机。接下来一样，请次长为我们致赠礼品。好，请看向前方的相机，谢谢。好，今天王水忠先生的亲友也来到现场，我们请亲友们可以移步到舞台上，一起加入合影。来，小新请上台，我们也掌声欢迎王水忠先生的亲友，也谢谢王先生对于国图的精彩捐赠。好，我们可以站在舞台的两侧，谢谢。麻烦请看向前方的相机。好，我们再次掌声谢谢王水忠先生，还有您的亲友，请回座。一样，请次长还有曾馆长，请在舞台上留步，谢谢。再次感谢王水忠先生的慷慨捐赠。接下来，我们有请程秀英女士来到舞台上。程女士是知名演员，曾经主演多部的电视剧，还有电影，如《缇萦救父》《红楼梦》《小逃犯》以及《仙女下凡》等。她数度转换跑道，挑战不同领域。那这一次呢，也是捐赠亲笔画作，一共10幅。接下来，我们就请程秀英女士捐赠与国图。我们有请曾馆长来代表接受捐赠。好，请看向前方的相机。好，我们掌声谢谢程秀英女士捐赠精彩的亲笔画作。接下来，我们有请次长来捐赠，来为我们颁发感谢牌。好，我们请看向前方的相机。 好，我们有请馆长一起加入，来，请看向前方相机。好，谢谢。接下来，请次长为我们致赠礼品。好，请看向前方相机。今天程秀英女士的亲友也来到会场，我们有请程女士的亲友也可以一起上到舞台来。好，我们掌声欢迎。我们的程秀英女士真的是多才多艺。好，我们请贵宾站在舞台的两端。好，谢谢，请看向前方的相机。好，我们现场也热烈的掌声，我们谢谢程女士捐赠亲笔实作的这个画作。好，我们有请次长跟曾馆长请留步，我们有请程女士还有亲友请回座，谢谢。也再次感谢程秀英女士的慷慨捐赠，非常感谢。好，我们再一张合影，请看向前方的相机。好，谢谢，谢谢。好，我们谢谢程女士，请回座，谢谢。接下来，让我们邀请都中谋先生来到舞台上。跨国藏书世家主持之藏书斋程定堂，世代致力于收藏西洋珍贵古籍。程定堂的第4代都中谋 Jason Du 先生，决心将藏书带回亚洲，在2018年寄藏40种西洋古籍于此。今年也捐赠3本狄更斯著作之手版书给国图。我们现在有请都中谋先生捐赠与国图，请曾馆长代表受赠，请看向前方的相机。这真的是非常珍贵的古籍。接下来，我们有请次长致赠感谢牌。好，有请。好，请看向前方的相机。好，谢谢。接下来，请次长来致赠礼品。好，请看向前方的相机。好，我们再次掌声，我们谢谢都先生，请您回座。一样，请次长跟馆长请留步。今天佛光山佛陀纪念馆馆长如常法师特别从上海来到台湾，来到现场同庆国图的90周年馆庆，并且特别带来星云大师的墨宝。我们有请如常法师可以来到舞台上。那这个墨宝呢，是明月一池水，清风万卷书。星云法师享受97岁，他与国图结缘已久。今天特别由佛光山的佛陀纪念馆由如常法师来代表致赠。那我们现在就有请我们的如常法师来致赠星云大师的墨宝，真的是非常非常的珍贵。哇，真的是非常的精彩。那上面写的字呢？明月一池水，清风万卷书。好，作为给国家图书馆90周年非常吉祥、充满意义的生日礼物。好，我们谢谢馆长代表受赠。接下来，我们请次长为我们致赠感谢状。来，请有请。好，先帮我们说，谢谢。好，有请次长先为我们致赠感谢状。好，我们一样有准备了感谢状跟礼品。那我们可以先致赠礼品给如常法师，谢谢。好，我们有请工作人员，谢谢。好，我们先致赠礼品给如常法师。谢谢。接下来，我们一样也邀请佛光山的法师们，欢迎大家可以一起来到舞台上合影，非常感谢，我们掌声欢迎。这个是大师星云大师在90岁特别写的字，刚好也呼应国家图书馆90岁的周年纪念，非常感谢，我们再次掌声，谢谢台上的贵宾。好，我们现在有请台上所有的贵宾都可以回座，谢谢，感谢各位。 那今天在这个难得的时刻呢，我们要邀请现场所有的贵宾，麻烦请就在原座位一起来合影留念。我们有请摄影师请来到舞台上。And on this special occasion, we would like to invite everyone to join us in a photo call. So please remain where you are. 那有戴口罩的朋友们，您也可以很快的将口罩摘下。Please quickly remove your face mask and look at our photographers. 好，我们听摄影师的指令，我们工作人员也有特别准备手拿牌哦。那我们也可以发给我们现场的贵宾，我们也可以请我们曾馆长帮我们拿起庆祝国图90周年的手拿牌。好。准备好了，我们请现场所有的贵宾看向前方的摄影机。好，准备好了，来跟我们一起，3、2、1。好，第二张活泼一点，帮我们比个赞或比个耶好吗？1、2、3，比个赞！恭喜国家图书馆90周年生日快乐 ！Happy birthday to the National Central Library！好，谢谢大家今天亲临参与。Once again, thank you very much for your participation. 好，那我们现在也要邀请贵宾们，请大家可以移步到舞台前，一同进行大合照。And finally, we would like to invite the distinguished guests. Please come forward to the front of the stage and join us in a photo call. 我们现在邀请贵宾，请大家移步。So the distinguished guests, welcome to come forward to the stage.And join us in a photo call. 好，今天真的非常开心，有来自国内外如此多的重量级的贵宾亲临现场。We're deeply honored by the presence of the distinguished guests from home and abroad. And now we would like to invite our distinguished guests to come up to the stage for a photo call. 好，我们现在有请贵宾可以加快您的脚步。All of the excellencies, ambassadors, and honorable representatives.And also the distinguished guests from the 8 national libraries from abroad, 以及我们来自现场许多不管是台湾的以及国外的嘉宾朋友们，欢迎大家可以移动您的脚步，一同到台前来加入大合照。So please join us in a photo call. 好，一样工作人员会帮我们递上手拿牌 ，so we can we have some signs for you to show to the photographers. 好，我们有请贵宾可以稍微站近一点 ，so please stand closer. Make sure that we can see your smiles in the photograph. 请大家站近一点 ，please stand closer. 好，请大家稍微站近一点。好，欢迎想要加入大合照的贵宾，都非常欢迎。Alright, so please look at our photographer. 请看向前方的相机，准备好了。来，3、2、1 ，Give us your big smile. 好，再给我们一张伸出大拇指，比个赞好吗 ？Give us your thumbs up. Happy birthday to the National Central Library. 祝福国家图书馆90周年生日快乐。好，非常感谢所有的贵宾亲临现场。好，我们再次掌声，谢谢所有的贵宾。Once again, a round of applause to all of the participants. 好，谢谢 ，Thank you very much. 各位贵宾，国家图书馆90周年馆庆大会到此圆满结束。相信国图也带着众人的祝福与期许，努力耕耘，迈向下个里程碑，为发展图书馆事业以及提升国家文化实力而努力。会后还有研讨会，我们请研讨会的相关人员请续留现场。Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the 90th anniversary celebration ceremony of the National Central Library. With your blessings, the NCL will continue to march towards the next milestone and promote Taiwan's cultural strength. Later, we will have a symposium. Please remain in the venue if you would like to join a symposium. 再次感谢各位贵宾的参与。没关系，谢谢。
Test, test.
不好意思，投影布幕可以麻烦啊？不行，他们在拍照。好，不好意思。
各位亲爱的贵宾，我们的研讨会即将开始，请就座。Our meeting will start immediately. Please take your seat. Thank you.各位亲爱的贵宾，我们的研讨会即将开始，请您即刻就座。Our meeting will commence immediately. Please take your seats. Thank you. Good morning, our distinguished guests and all the attending audiences. Thank you for coming to today's event for the International Symposium celebrating 9 decades of the National Central Library, following the 90th anniversary celebration ceremony of our library. My name is Yijun Ye, Ye Yijun in Chinese way. I'm one of the editors from the National Central Library, Taiwan. Before our meeting gets started, please kindly turn off your cell phone or switch it to vibrate so as not to disrupt the meeting. Thank you. It is now my pleasure to introduce our Director General, Dr. Shuxian Zhen Shuxian of the National Central Library, for her presentation, the first keynote speech, Discovering New Value of Library, aiming on enduring positive input to the human society, endeavors, accomplishments, and future perspectives of the National Central Library. Please be reminded that there is no Q&A session during the keynote speeches and all subsequent sessions. Welcome, Dr. Zhen.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and our distinguished guests. It's my great pleasure today to share endeavors, accomplishments, and the future perspectives of the National Central Library. I break down my presentation into 11 parts, more than 300 slides. Okay, I want to take this opportunity to introduce National Central Library recent year efforts to improve library services, lead Taiwan's library development, establish information service system, promote domestic and foreign academic exchange and cooperation, expand Chinese studies, promote reading, present soft power of Taiwan, share experiences, as well as encourage your understanding of National Central Library for looking for an cooperation opportunity. National Central Library is the sole national library of Taiwan. Its mission is to acquire, organize, and archive all publications in Taiwan, preserve culture, promote scholarship, research, initiate, and guide the development of all libraries in Taiwan. The efforts of National Central Library's professional, outstanding, and enthusiastic staff combined with a close working relationship with other libraries, publishers, and academia, are sure to result in an exceptional, professional, digital, international, diversified, patron-friendly National Central Library. One that is a standard internationally and that will enjoy another golden decade. It's a great pleasure to celebrate the 90th anniversary of National Central Library with you. Now I talk about a brief history of National Central Library. The library was founded in Nanjing, China in 1933. During the Sino-Japanese War, it was relocated to Chongqing. In 1949, it followed the government to Taiwan and began its re-established there, here in 1954. After relocated Taiwan in 1949, the National Central Library continued to obtain material through purchase and donation from private collection and public institutions. And the current National Central Library's main library building was completed and had a grand opening held in 1986. And last year, National Central Library created an open lab in order to expand our services to a greater age and to meet the needs of makers and teenagers. It provides a space for exploration, learning, experience, creation, and sharing. It boasts a variety of different creative research spaces and provides an array of software and hardware tools. Southern branch of the National Central Library and the National Depository Library. Construction of our southern branch has commenced on the widely anticipated southern branch of National Central Library, National Repository Library, with a groundbreaking ceremony held on last year. It will be open in 2025. The new project includes the building of 2 cultural institutions, the southern branch of the National Central Library and the National Repository Library. The total of all floors indoor area of the southern branch will be 51,000 square meters, including 1 basement level and 5 above ground levels. Now I'd like to talk a little about strategy management. In order to transform the library into an outstanding, professional, digital, international, diverse, and human library, as well as a leader among national libraries worldwide, when I assumed the role of Director General in 2010, I proposed the Golden Decade Plan 2011 to 2020 and set 6 visions for National Central Library. The development and the quality of library services depend on a clear and a concrete direction. In 2011, in this light, the library had developed 6 visions, 14 strategy, and 86 executive action plan in order to achieve these goals. We try to cast light on perspectives of value, vision, strategies, and the goals of the library in a clearer way with a strategy plan 2021 to 2030. Knowledge, culture, learning, experience, innovation, and cooperation are the NCL's 6 core values. This page shows our value. And this page shows our vision. We also plan to track primary strategic goals that support our value. And this page shows our organization chart. The 5-year and the 10-year strategic goals we set are for fulfilling the mission and the goals of our library, which could be summarized into 8 primary tasks. And to achieve our strategic goal, we reform our organization culture, cohere our team consensus, enhance professional competitiveness, change attitudes, and practice implement quality management. We established and implement our total quality management system. Except developing our vision, we implemented various quality management methods to improve our services. We implement innovative management and improve service model. Implement project management to achieve work objectives. Improving services through quality control circle. Implement performance management and use outside assessment to improve our effectiveness and quality. Our evaluation criteria include KPI achievement, service quality, customer relationship, and professional development. Second part, we'll preserve the nation's academic and cultural heritage, old and new. I'd like to show you some our rare book collection because the time limited. I cannot introduce details. Several of our ancient books are especially rare. Books designated as national treasures according to stipulation in the Cultural Assets Preservation Law, number 40 titles, with important relics, number 249 titles. This page shows our collection review rating. And I'd like to show some our precious rare book. Block print, Taiwan contracts, Taiwan postcards, special collections, oldest printed hand score book. First official book, earliest book with a copyright notice, earliest red and black ink print, most colorful books. It is earliest color illustration of medical materials, the smallest book. And in the aspect of preserving the nation's academic and cultural heritage, the National Library plays important to both maintain the existing collection and acquiring new material as well. To be sure about the goodness of care, National Central Library conduct regular inventory yearly, and conduct spatial random check and preservation assessment done by outside experts. NCL uses many ways to add value of spatial collection, including replica edition of national treasures. National Central Library signed agreement with several publishers to reprint and republish Chinese rare books. Cooperated with major publications to publish reproduction of ancient books. And to make the spatial collection accessible to the public, we choose important representative rare books, reformatted them into electronic books. And we also created courses on digital themes where scholars and experts have given penetrating and captivating lecture, complete with audio and visual image. We also developing a digital humanities research platform that can explore ancient books for our library. And we develop creative artistic products by making use of design or the illustration from the National Central Library Spatial Collection, such as teacups and tote bags with an image of our ancient books. Other value-added activities involve physical and virtual exhibition and lecture. Exhibition, exhibition, and displays of multimedia classical works. To foster reading classical literary works among the public, National Central Library and private foundation, Trend Education Foundation co-sponsored a series of activity. The displays on the display of multimedia classical works combined history, literature, music, dance, and calligraphy arts were held. Second part, acquiring important thematic and individual collection. In recent years, National Central Library has set priority to actively collect manuscripts of contemporary celebrity and which emphasize on writers and artists. The forms and the format of manuscripts are very versatile and range from draft essays, plays, diaries, letters, comments, sketches, calligraphy, paintings, and other miscellaneous. The quality and the quantity of National Central Library manuscript collection have been gradually established. These are our example for acquiring manuscripts and donation from individual and also in institutions. Third part, developing digital services and the innovative utilization of knowledge resources for value-added application. Our library began to undertake digitization projects at an earlier time in Taiwan. Our library joined the National Digital Archive Program, joined the Taiwan e-learning and the Digital Archive Program. It's also because that National Central Library owns many kinds of invaluable resources that our library was among the government-funded institutions to do digitization. This page shows our strategies early start of digitization effort. And taking that opportunity, National Central Library was earnestly doing massive digitization for important collection and has constructed associated database. The circle collections on this slide, including Taiwan domestic thematic collection, selected newspaper title, Taiwan periodicals, governmental gazettes and statistics, Chinese rare books and old documents, robins, etc., were the prioritized collection to be digitized. Determining the priority order of digital archives is an important work before carrying out the digitization project. We decided the target and depth for digital archives and consider the priority, and we adopted and promoted international standard in Taiwan, including digitization file formats and resolution and metadata schema. And of course, we strive for funding from the Ministry of Education subsidy program. Second part, digital resource utilization. In order to facilitate readers to use various digital resources, NCL has established various databases, information system, platform, and a website. With the progress of the times and the development of technology, the types of database systems have evolved from bibliographic and abstract to full text, video, image, and audio, and the further development tools such as digital humanities platform, comparison system, geographic information system, social network system, etc. Along with the software and the internet technology advancement, not only the presentation of such interface and the search functionalities need to be redesigned, but also security of the information system need to be cared from database software. And the programming perspectives, for such consideration, NCO has had to renovate some of the primary databases. For example, to renovate database system, Taiwan Periodical Literature Database System, we integrated the impact factor and cited count information from Taiwan Citation Index to make this National Central Library Taiwan Periodical Literature Database System more informative. And to tackle with the more diversified format of accepted final outcome of academic degree, the electronic thesis and dissertation database system need to be expanded to carry all these diversified formats, as well as providing for viewing and listening to such uploaded academic degree-related resources. For example, recording of piano performance, film or dancing performance, etc. Next part, digital resource sharing. NCL joined several international digital platforms for cultural heritage, including international digital content sharing. For example, joined a global memory net, World Digital Library, and participating in the international Dunhuang project in collaboration with the British Library. And in 1998, NCO established the Union Catalog of Chinese Rare Books. And at present, 90 domestic and foreign libraries have cooperated to build a joint catalog of Chinese ancient books with a total collection of more than 840,000 Chinese ancient book bibliographies. Next part, digital resource cooperation. To make up for gaps in the library's collection and expanded the breadth and the depth of the system's resources, NCL undertook the digitalization of consolidated collection with institutions both at home and abroad that have collections of memory resources. This page shows our international digitalization project of rare books. For digitizing Chinese rare books owned by overseas institutions. From 2005 to 2000, to this year, the National Central Library has undertaken collaborating digitization project with 14 foreign institutions. And this list is a list of our international partner and the cooperation results. Domestic digitalization project of all books. In addition, NCL began a project in 2015 called the National Collaboration on Digitizing Books and Materials. Library and archive in Taiwan were invited to participate by digitizing publication between 1911 to 1949. The ways for creating collaboration are divided to two kinds. First, the collector already has a digital copy. Second, the collectors don't yet have a digital copy. this page shows our domestic digitalization project of all books. And we also promote co-creation and sharing. County and the city libraries can upload their own local books and historical documents, thus creating their own city memory. This system also allows the general population to share all photos in their personal possession. This page shows some example of domestic project for content development. And our library also has developed a digital audio-visual archive system we call DAVA. And integrated metadata of all types of materials. And another even more challenging thing is the copyright issue. For users, more digital and remote access has become one of the key factors for selection of resources to use. Our library also has tried to outreach to publishers, send them open access grant invitation. We have received many governmental agents, university, and some of foundations responded positively and has increased a good amount of open access journals and articles. And our library also has undertaken some projects under collaboration with the university and has created some digital humanities system and platform. The fifth part, digital resource preservation. We established the National Digital Resource Preservation Cooperation Promotion Group and promote the National Digital Resource Preservation Cooperation and set up a National Digital Resource Preservation Center. Establish the digital resource preservation system. Now I'd like to talk about digital resource sustainability. In addition to establishing a digital object preservation center, National Central Library has also established a remote backup mechanism to ensure the sustainable collection of digital resources. Furthermore, with the development of hardware and software equipment in order to enable the sustainable use of digital resources, the Digital Object Preservation Center will also transport digital resources to a new system with the development of technology so that they can be used continuously. Now I'd like to talk about facilitating technology research. The importance of Chinese cultural and sinological research led the government to commission NCL to set up the Center for Chinese Studies with the responsibility of promoting Chinese studies in Taiwan and abroad. Efforts over the last 43 years have led to much success. In Taiwan, it has established a firm foundation for research in the humanities. And we sponsor the research grant for foreign scholars in Chinese studies. And we provide scholars exchange space and a research room, and provide selected dissemination information services for scholars. And we organize some lectures, seminar, workshops for facilitating sinology researches. And our resource sharing can be efficiently extended to abroad through the project Taiwan Resource Center for Chinese Study. And up to now, as of March 2023, this year, we have already had 45 TRCCS partners distributed in 28 countries in the 4 continents in the world. The page shows Chinese study lectures series, international conference, and we also holding online online Taiwan lectures, online conference, and we also join ALA, IFLA, AS, ESCS annual conference, and to organize a book exhibition. And we also provide a cultural event for our scholars every year. This page shows our Center for Chinese Study arrange cultural activities for foreign scholars. And now I'd like to introduce our strengthening international exchange. Currently, frequent exchange occur with over 156 countries in the world and more than 649 institutions, including National Library, Public Library, University Library, Spatial Library, and academic research institutions. And has signed a Memorandum of Understanding of International Cooperation with 26 institutions. Most of our partners are national libraries. And we understand that learning from experts and outstanding library could be very beneficial. That from 2009, the National Central Library has launched international workshop for professional librarians program, and has been holding the event once every 2 years. And we also try to join international organizations when possible. We are active member of many international organizations. This page shows our international exchange. It tends to literary cultural heritage sharing through thematic exhibitions. And we host book exhibition in some university. And at each visit of our cooperation institution, we were gratefully offered the opportunity to learn about their services and the facilities through library tours and the roundtable discussion. All will inspire us in doing our development planning. Our international exchange also includes various cultural and academic activities held jointly with our allied country and with some foreign office in Taiwan, such as co-hosted activities ranging from book exhibition, lecture. And the sixth part, leadership role for librarianship development for all types libraries. National Central Library held the national meeting of libraries, collected ideas and suggestions of professionals and the library information field, and proposed a development blueprint, served as a base policy reference for libraries and the government agencies in advancing library and information services. National Central Library proposed subsidy plans and assisted local governments in developing public libraries. These plans highly influenced public libraries' quality of collection, space, and services. We also use some way to enhance professional competitiveness. NCO achieved our aims by setting regulation, technical standards, cultivating library staff's professional expertise, announcing catalog format, leading Taiwan libraries in promoting reading, to cultivate Taiwan's competitive edge. Our ways to enhance professional competitiveness including formulating technical standard and reader service guide, continuing update cataloging rules, and leading and assisting Taiwan librarian in continued growth. And we also published guidelines and handbooks for cataloging and for user services. And we held lectures on specific topics to increase professional services and foster innovative competencies. And we arrange courses and workshop, and hold training courses in public library management, training courses, and development event program for all types of libraries. And we also arrange international library and information development lecture, invited international famous librarian and director from public libraries, National Library, to give a speech on that. We also provide e-learning campus. Use this way to provide continued development courses can be taken at the convenience of library professionals. And we also arrange benchmarking to broad vision of public libraries. A special tour to excellent libraries in the world for the delegation from Taiwan Public Libraries. We processing the evaluation and the award given for public libraries. We implement of our National Public Library Assessment Project by organizing an assessment committee and revising assessment criteria and method. And held a award ceremony to announce the result of the assessment and to issue awards and commendaries. And we also select distinguished contribution librarians. And also to encourage local leaders to promote the library. And we also establishing regional resource center for public libraries to increase library services. Now we have 4 regional and 8 sub-regional resource center. And to help regional resource center build their collection, NCL commissioned experts to select outstanding books suitable for the general public in 4 categories: youth, knowledge, culture, and creativity, multiculturalism. We also, every year we have 3 kinds of analysis and a trend report, including Taiwan publication and public reading habits, and also trend report about our academic resource usage. And our way to promote reading and literacy appreciation, we use many ways to promote the reading and the literacy appreciation in Taiwan. I not go detail, I just show some photos to introduce what way we did and what way used to promote reading in Taiwan. We also use social resources, develop cross-departmental services model to promote reading in city, county, everywhere of Taiwan. Okay, last part. Finally. Looking into the future, we are pleased to share about the just complete new facility, Open Lab, and our southern branch. The new construction project is for the physical building and the facility. Within it are the software and the resources needed to well plan, to establish and to manage. We are facing challenges concerning lots of interrelated issues, more learning from outstanding library cases, and more sharing of professionals' knowledge, and more cooperation domestically and internationally are keys to success. The National Central Library appreciate all the institutions and the colleagues who have shared experiences through providing library tour or lecture in the past. We are expecting more learning and sharing opportunity and wishing to celebrate the successful launch of the Southern Branch in the near future. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Zhen, for your vision and the hard work of all the dedicated staffs, library, past and present. We are very fortunate to have you on our team. Truly proud to be a part of this organization. Next, we can keynote speech of our conference. I'm honored to introduce our Director General, Dr. Xian of the National Central Library, and to be the chair.
不好意思，一直看到我上来。It's an honor for me to be here this afternoon to welcome you with your participation. I believe the session will be very productive and successful. Today we are gathered here for a better understanding National Library in changing world. And it's my pleasure, great pleasure to moderate first keynote speech. NCL is privileged and honored to be able to invite Sir Rory Keating to deliver a speech. Sir Rory Keating has been Chief Executive of the British Library since September 2012. In his tenure so far, he has overseen a series of significant development, including the launch in 2015 of Living Knowledge, an ambitious new vision and strategies, a major expansion of cultural and learning activities, including landmark exhibitions on Magna Carta and Harry Potter, a new pan-UK partnership with public libraries, including the successful business and IP Center National Network, digital initiative including Save Our Sounds to preserve the UK's audio heritage, the creation of the Knowledge Quarterly, an innovative partnership of knowledge-based organizations near the library's London headquarters, and initiation of major new capital projects in London and Yorkshire, including full-scale renewal of the library's Bolton Spa campus and the creation of a major new public space in Leeds. Rory joined the library after a long and successful career as a program maker and broadcasting executive at the BBC, where he played key roles in launch of UK TV as its first head of programming and BBC 4 as its launch controller in 2002, before moving on to become controller of BBC 2 and the director of archive content, with the editorial oversight of the BBC's online services, including BBC Player. Rory holds honorary doctorates from the University of Lincoln, Warwick, and York, and was knighted for services to literature in the 2023 New Year honors. This morning, he will share with us the British Library at 50s, looking to the future. Now, please join me to give a big applause to welcome Sir Rory Keating to give a keynote speech. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Zung. Can you all hear me? Yes. Clearly enough. Excellent. Very good. Oh, no applause yet. That's enough. That's enough of that. How lovely to be here. And for me, I have to say, especially lovely to be here in real life, because I did have the privilege of talking to staff and colleagues at NCL in 2021, but the theme back then was recovery or survival, really, during the pandemic period. And of course, that was done, like so much of life then, through a video screen from a computer at home. And there is nothing that can replace the power and feeling of actually coming together in real life. So thank you for inviting us to celebrate a birthday in the very best possible way by actually meeting and speaking. Now, I mentioned a birthday, and of course, the topic of my talk this morning, I suppose, is a different birthday, because as NCL celebrates 90 years, we, a little later this summer, will be marking the 50th anniversary of the British Library. And this morning, or this afternoon, maybe this morning, I just want to spend a little time telling maybe a few highlights of the story of those first 50 years, and even perhaps going back a little bit further. But then equally important at moments like this is about looking ahead, and just as you were, Dr. Zung, were talking about your aspirations for the future, we're on the brink of launching our new strategy, and I want to give a few clues about where we, along in common with many of you, are going to be headed over the years to come. So the theme, first of all, is the British Library at 50. And I have to say, lots of people, both in the UK, and not just here, act a little bit surprised when I tell them the British Library is only 50 years old. They think, how can that be? How can an organization that holds ancient artifacts, Magna Carta, can be so young? And of course, that question in itself opens up some really interesting thoughts about what our institution, in fact, is. Because it was born in that post-war era in the United Kingdom, a period of great creativity, and in fact a period now, looking back after the sad death of our Queen last year, that we think of as a sort of second Elizabethan age, when we were rebuilding and reshaping the kinds of institutions, educational, cultural, that a nation needed. And for all the great strength of the UK, we didn't in fact have a standalone, purpose-driven national library. And after much debate, there was an Act of Parliament. It was passed in 1972, and the library itself got going 1 year later. And that Act of Parliament brought together a whole set of disparate, different institutions that already existed, some young, some not so young. And that included, by the way, I should say, our very own National Central Library. The UK had such an institution at that point, a very democratic, important institution of public learning. It brought together the National Reference Library of Science and Innovation, the Patent Office Library, the Library of Invention and Innovation, the British National Bibliography, so all the data behind British publishing and books and so on. But, of course, perhaps most famously, it brought together two even larger institutions. And the first that many of you will know and remember and recall is, of course, the Library of the British Museum, which was the de facto British Library up to that point. And this, of course, is where that deep history comes in, because I suppose when the British Library came to life for the first time in the 1970s, we were, and still are in a way, a special combination of the ancient and the modern, all in one institution. And I guess this is the ancient. What you're seeing here is the famous round reading room, right at the heart of the British Museum. This is the room where Karl Marx studied, where really the access to the nation's intellectual heritage was centered for really, the best half of a century and a half. The museum itself was founded in 1753, already then with great library collections, and of course many of the collections that formed the British Museum Library were even older. They were collections built up by private collectors who had been carefully assembling manuscript materials of all kinds and rare printed books dating back many centuries earlier. And then, if that was the ancient, then the real symbol of the modern, back in 1973, was Boston Spa, which has already been mentioned, which is still, to this day, really the exemplar of the modern late 20th century view of librarianship. What you're looking at there is the building that was built shortly after the library was founded in the mid-70s, the Urquhart building. And this housed the National Lending Library of Science and Technology, and it really quickly became the infrastructure center for the whole British library system. It was and is the center of interlibrary loans, and as you'll see in a minute, over this past half century, it has grown into something very, very special indeed, really the home of the majority of our collections and a lot of our other functions as well. And geographically, of course, it was not in London. It was and is right at the geographical center of the UK, in the countryside, in a rural part of Yorkshire, north of Leeds, built on an old military site. So distant from the public, but a great place to build the systems of a national library. And really it was that combination, that coming together of different institutions and ideas in the service of unlocking knowledge, of taking heritage, historic knowledge out of a museum context and putting it to work for national creativity, for innovation, for industry, for the arts, for ideas of all kinds, that animated the creation, the quite heroic creation of our institution 50 years ago. And since then, it's been a gradual journey to turn these different elements into a single entity, a single brand, a single organization, but also, of course, to find new ways to grow and develop. And in London, the very, very first job, of course, was to find a home, and in fact, to build a home. And so, after some years of searching, a few false starts, a new site was found north of the museum, next to the railway stations. For those of you who know London, we're right next to St. Pancras railway station. It was, I think I can confess here, a very controversial decision when it was made back in the late 70s, early 1980s. The location was considered to be very odd. Why would you put a national library next to a railway station in a rather sort of grubby and confusing part of town with not much other high culture on view? And the building itself, which you can see photographed there under construction in the 1980s, was considered to be very odd indeed. Not at all looking like a national library. It didn't have any classical pillars. It didn't seem appropriate, and it was quite heavily criticized while it was being built. And of course, it was a huge project. It was the largest single public building of the post-war era. And the statistics to this day remain quite remarkable. The deepest basement, I think, ever built in London, 25 meters, a 14-story building, 9 above ground and 5 below, 180 tons of concrete, 10 million exquisitely chosen red bricks designed to match the railway station next door. It could have been a folly, and many politicians at the time thought perhaps it was, that we were getting this wrong. But I can only say, when it finally opened its doors in the late 1990s, gradually the scholars came in and realized it was a space of calm and beauty, that it was configured for study. It had been designed really from the reader's perspective. It was designed from the inside out as a space where anyone could go and think and concentrate and be there with other people. Very, very functional, very carefully built and designed, I might say, to last 300 years. One of the reasons it cost a great deal more than the original politicians thought was because the architects and everyone involved insisted on building it to the highest possible standard. And over time, it has simply become part of the fabric of the United Kingdom, and there is now a whole generation, maybe 2 generations, for whom there's no controversy. It's just the National Library, their British library, and they come in every day in their very, very high numbers, a beloved landmark. Until the pandemic, it was about 1.5 million visits every year, and I think we're getting back up to those kinds of figures again and set to grow. So this year is actually, among other things, a celebration of that building as well, because we're marking 25 years since Her late Majesty opened the building in the summer of 1998. But nothing stayed still, of course, and in the north of England, Boston Spa continued to develop and change. It continued to perform its function as the National Science Lending Library, the document supply engine of Britain, of the British Library, but also as the vaults in London began to fill up, as the legal deposit content came in ever larger numbers, it became very, very apparent that the British Library would need more collection storage space, a growing physical repository. And so, for the last 20 years, we have gradually been building a sequence of new storage buildings. You can see one of them there on the right, the British Library's first robotic low-oxygen storage building, which was opened in Boston Spa in 2004, I think, and has really been the lifesaver for the whole organization. That's how we've been able to grow. It's become the home for our digital teams. A lot of our technology and digital teams, and indeed a lot of the back office of the organization, is based there in Yorkshire. And then in my time, almost exactly 10 years ago, I had the privilege of opening the building in the distant back corner there, which is the National Newspaper Building, as a purpose-built home for all of the UK's newspaper collections. Another low-oxygen, robotically managed space, and I always get a tingle of excitement whenever I go to visit it, because under that roof is every word that survives in print by every journalist that ever lived in the UK. And it continues to fill up, of course, because in spite of all predictions to the contrary, we still do just about have a newspaper industry in the UK, and every day the lorries arrive and help to fill the archive for the future. So Boston Spa has been on a journey, but as you will hear, there are more journeys still to come in the future. And so over the decades, the British Library began to consolidate itself, come together as one organization, join itself up north and south, and begin to think about its strategy and vision and purpose. And many of you here in the library sector will know my distinguished predecessor, Lynn Brindley, who really set us on a path to understand the digital age with the 2020 vision, to get a feel for how the world was changing around us, how the provision of knowledge and scholarship and research was simply never going to be the same again. And really, we've been building on those foundations. Lynn set the growing knowledge strategy back in 2020. And then some years ago, as you kindly mentioned, we gave a refreshment of our vision and strategy under the title of Living Knowledge, where we also took the opportunity, to restate the mission and purpose of our institution. Because for me, coming from outside the sector at that time, I was very struck by how important it is actually to be able to describe what we are here to do, because politicians will not always understand the meaning or purpose of these things. And so we thought long and hard, and by the way, I should say, when we launch our new strategy, we will stick with some of this language. And so as a mission, we say we make our intellectual heritage accessible to everyone for research, inspiration, and enjoyment. And we put research always at the heart, because we are the National Research Library, and whatever else we do in terms of giving access, we must do that. But we want to inspire and allow people just to have pleasure as well. But perhaps the word that is in that statement that we put out there 8 years ago, that has quietly changed the British Library more than any other, is the word everyone. Because that was the first time that we had put the word everyone in our statement of mission. And in a steady way, I think it has challenged us all in every decision we make to think about what does that mean? What can it mean? And of course it can't mean that we are literally having an ambition to touch every life and every person. But it does mean that everyone is entitled to be able to do that. And it's made us think about constantly, how do we remove barriers to entry? Collections that are maybe the birthright, not just to people in the United Kingdom, but right across the world. And so as you'll see, that is an unbroken thread that is pushing us now into our next 50 years. And some of you will know that we talked about 6 purposes for the library under that: in custodianship, building the national collection, supporting research, supporting business and industry, culture, of course, we're a cultural organization, providing people with memorable cultural exhibitions and experiences, learning and education, not just for young people, but also for lifelong learners, and finally, recognizing our identity as an international organization. And if I may, I'll just touch a little bit on how each of those purposes has grown and developed in recent years, and how that is helping us think about where the library might be headed as we think about the next decade ahead, and maybe even the decades that lie beyond that. So first of all, in custodianship, we say that our mission is to curate and build the UK's collection of written, published and digital content. And of course, that is now material of all kinds, and it ranges from the care and preservation of our historic collections and the continued development of that, the huge ingest of legal deposit, which even in its physical form remains the great engine of growth for our library. When you see 170 million items, part of that is driven, of course, by the sheer scale of our collections. And it's also driven by special acquisition. We were hearing from NCL about your work to acquire special archives, and remarkable, unique material, and of course we continue to do that. So this number that you see here that I sometimes quote, I'm sometimes a little nervous about quoting it because I'm not sure it's a real number and what on earth is an item, and if you have a sheet of philatelic stamps, is that one item or 150 items and so on. But I think it, at the very least, gives us a sense of humility in the face of the sheer scale of job that we have to do, and it encompasses printed books, of course, but manuscripts, patents, stamps, maps, newspapers, journals, sound recordings, and increasingly, under digital legal deposit, the UK web. And for me, in my tenure so far at the library, the transition of legal deposit to become a hybrid practice has been probably the single biggest logistical challenge that we have faced, because print is absolutely not disappearing from our culture, it seems, in the UK. It's extremely important in terms of the culture of books in the UK. Bookshops, publishers, trade publishers are thriving, and we need to make sure that we are collecting, at least in a fair and representative way, the actual cultural products that are being produced. But we also, for reasons of efficiency and scale, want to make full use of e-deposit and the provision we now have to collect anything and everything in digital format. And alongside that, for 10 years now, finally, under the law, we are able to trawl and collect and ingest a good record of the UK web domain. Once a year we do a full trawl, and everything on the .uk will get preserved. And increasingly, we're doing deep dives. We collect some websites every day, all the news content and fast-moving sites we collect every day. But when there's a moment of major national crisis or event, whether it's Brexit or the pandemic, then we work with the research community to really think hard about what bits of the fast-moving web do we need to protect for posterity. Because one thing we have learned is that digital is not forever at all, and that actually we as custodians and librarians need to be energetic and careful to try and capture the narrative of the nation on the fly. So that has been one of our big challenges, and still ongoing. And then I think it was mentioned briefly in the introduction, when we launched Living Knowledge, we had one part of our collection that was seriously at risk. And it was, I have to say, not ancient medieval material. We sort of know how to preserve that. It was that 20th century phenomenon of audio collections, which, by the way, was another institution that got absorbed into the British Library in the 1980s, the National Institute for Recorded Sound, the National Archives. And what we realized by this decade is that many of those formats were beginning to decay, could not be preserved, and we have raised a lot of money. We've had a huge project with philanthropic support and support from our National Lottery in the UK to save and preserve as much as we can of the most fragile, most unique material that we hold in audio format. And to do so not just by ourselves or for ourselves, but to treat this as a truly national endeavor. And this has been a way where we have actually set up now what I hope will be a lasting partnership, a sort of virtual, unified audio heritage collection for the whole of the UK, which I hope will be one of the great legacies of this period. And we've, as part of that process, digitized about 350,000 recordings that would not otherwise have been preserved. And we've actually made great efforts to try where we can to clear the content for open access discovery. And we have just, I'm very proud to say, launched our completely transformed British Library Sounds website. So please do take a chance to go and have a look and a listen at that, because that is part of our mission to bring audio heritage, recorded heritage, into the mainstream of British research and culture. We're still very much on that journey. And then that connects us very directly to our research purpose, where we support and stimulate research of all kinds. And there, I mean, probably in common with all the distinguished libraries in the room, this is a blend of different kinds of activities, but the historic business dating back to that round reading room of providing physical access to physical content in a real space remains very, very fundamental. It was brutally interrupted by the pandemic, but it's now come back. It took a while to build back that habit. And of course, increasingly in recent years, we've seen not just the quite formal study, what was once quite a protected academic or quasi-academic world inside those reading rooms, but a more democratic spirit now in our spaces, where we've set up spaces, desks, tables, for anyone to come in 7 days a week and at least make use of the atmosphere and support that the National Library can give. And that's been hugely successful. Young people come in, students of all kinds, even readers who might sometimes be in a more academic mode but actually want a more informal kind of study. And that is really that more perhaps diverse approach to what research can mean. Research in the sense of study and thinking, mutual support, has really become an important part of the life of the library and will continue to be over time. And in itself, we hope will then grow the next generation of people who will discover then the power of more scholarly research and will actually be lured in to the reading rooms and discover how a national research library, which in our view needs to be providing every citizen with the quality of service they might get in a university library, we're trying to find new ways to open that to everyone. And interestingly, the pandemic made us, for the first time, advertise this core service of the library, our research and reading room function. We'd always rather kept quiet about it. We'd taken it for granted. But because the pandemic interrupted it, we took the opportunity for the first time to take posters on the London Metro, the London Underground, advertising what a national library is. And it's been hugely successful, and it's seen the fastest growth we've ever seen in reader registration at the library. So the physical side of research service continues and grows. So of course does the online and the modernization of our remote access and online service is a huge challenge and future focus for us. And I was very interested to hear Dr. Sung Yu talk about working with publishers and negotiating to try and achieve greater open access discovery for content. And that remains one of the great bits of unfinished business for us, because of course there is a mandate for more and more contemporary research in the UK to be published on a completely open access basis. But much of that is still very, very hard to access, and a great deal is still in copyright and behind a paywall. So that journey is continuing, and work still to be done. But I should just say, under our research purpose, that we also see it as part of our role to contribute original research of our own and to try and innovate and as a research organization in our own right. And I will just reference briefly a couple of projects here. We have a major program called Living with Machines, for which we're collaborating with the Alan Turing Institute for Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning, who are based at the British Library. And this is their one collaboration where they've turned their computer science energy onto history. And we're working with them, we're teaming up data scientists with historians to analyze 100 years of digitized newspaper content from the 19th century to try and understand more about the first industrial revolution, asking historical questions that no individual scholar could ever succeed in finding out by their own about patterns, trends, big data, but devising the AI tools to analyze that data set and come up with new findings. And it's already been very fruitful. It's led to, as you'll see, a public exhibition that we put on in Leeds, heartland of the Industrial Revolution. And it's already giving us clues for the kind of tools that we and scholars will need to interrogate the data sets of the future. And with that in mind, another of our digital launches this year, for our anniversary year, has been the complete relaunch of data.bl.uk, where for the first time we're now actively publishing as many data sets as we can from our own digitized collections or bibliographic or other collections, presented in a way that are actively encouraging innovative scholars to use AI tools to interrogate them in new ways. And that's the next generation of our BL Labs project, and we're very much looking forward to seeing where that goes. On the business purpose, helping businesses to innovate and grow, and that, I should say, by the way, is a purpose that dates back to that great post-war idea I was talking about of unlocking knowledge to support industry. But increasingly, the work we do here is really focused on business in the smallest and most intimate sense, often one-person startups, very small businesses, people who walk through the door of the library with half a business idea and wanting to know how it might turn into something real. And because of our historical collections and expertise in intellectual property and patents, we and our partners in the library sector have become very successful in actually enabling those very small businesses, people with a spark of an idea, to become very successful over the last 10 years. And of course, we have one of these reading rooms. We call it a business and IP centre in London. But increasingly, our work here has put us in touch with our friends in the public library sector. And I'm pleased to say that just last year, we hit our living knowledge target of creating 20 business and IP centres in cities, major public libraries around the United Kingdom. And in fact, we've gone further, and there's about another 90 smaller business hubs in branch libraries on a hub and spoke model. And that is now beginning to help create new jobs, new economic activity deep into the heart of communities who don't normally have access to business support in quite that way. So that's been a major theme of this first 50 years, a major transition. And then in other parts of what we do, our culture and learning purposes have been a big point of investment during this past decade or so. And that is a matter of exhibitions, of course, and top left there you'll see Animals, Art, Science and Sound, which is our next big exhibition. We're very proud of it. It's been years in the making, and it's a huge survey of how human beings have documented and recorded and tried to understand the animal kingdom using library collections. And it's a poignant moment because it's opening tonight in London. But I'm here because I was determined to come here. But it will be, I hope, a great success this summer. But that, as ever, will have a season of events around it. Talks, performances, discussions. We always try and set a theme and then animate it and bring in speakers of all kinds. We create learning programs, and of course, for that particular exhibition, for instance, it's very, very good for partnering, for learning. We're working with the Zoological Society of London, London Zoo. We are working with museums across the country as part of a concerted effort this summer to raise environmental awareness. And it's a way of using, ultimately, collection items to tell completely different kinds of stories. And alongside that, we've also, of course, been growing our online learning services, our Discovering Literature, Discovering Sacred Texts, Discovering Children's Books series, with more to come. But I suppose in recent years, a particular accent for our cultural work and our learning work has been to ensure that we don't just reach the usual audiences, those who typically come to exhibitions or who are already easily motivated to learn, but that we work harder to actually connect with local communities and the communities that we serve, even as a physical library, north and south. And that theme of community engagement has been another of those quietly transformatory themes. It's taken the idea of access and inclusion and really forced us to step outside of our comfort zone as a grand national institution. And in doing so, we've learnt a lot from our work with public libraries, who are by definition community libraries. And I think that's been a steady process of change for us. And another theme in our cultural and learning work has been one that's actually very relevant to where we are today, which is increasingly thinking about the international aspect of the collections we hold and the events that we put on. And over recent years, international literary festivals have become increasingly centered on the British Library in the United Kingdom, and whether that's the Jaipur Literary Festival for Indian culture, or Lahore from Pakistan, the Africa Rights Festival. We're just coming up for the European Literature Festival, Shubak, the Arab Literature Festival. Through the work of our Eccles Center, we focus a great deal on the Caribbean and the Americas. And that has been a very powerful tool for us in, again, removing some barriers to entry from some of the communities who live in the United Kingdom, who might think that the British Library is not for them. And it's a reminder that actually we are very, very proudly a multilingual, multicultural collection. And of course, that is for reasons of history. We feel this great responsibility that we hold a collection which does indeed contain vital material, elements, threads, imagery, literature from almost all the great language traditions of the world. And that's a responsibility, but also a great source of stimulus and excitement, because in a very natural way, it makes us want to go out and connect. And that really leads us to the international purpose I talked about working with partners around the world to advance knowledge and mutual understanding. And that has grown, I think, even more than we had expected in these past 10 years. You're looking here at the International Library Leaders Program, which we've recently initiated and has become, I think, going to become part of our annual calendar. We have many European colleagues here today, and the increased engagement with the Conference of European National Libraries has really helped, I think, to make sure that our identity as an institution has remained open at a time of political change. The Endangered Archives Program we have just renewed, I'm pleased to say, for another 10 years, funded by the Arcadia Foundation, which puts us in touch with archives around the world which are at risk from war or conflict or now climate change. And that's an important grant-giving program. And of course, digitization partnerships, equally significant, of which by far, I think, the oldest and longest standing is the International Dunhuang Project, which continues to this day to bring collections or institutions from right across the world who have in one way or another ended up with material from Dunhuang. And it's both been a wonderful project in itself, and of course NCL has been a great contributor, 100 items in there from your collections, but it's also been a way to foster dialogue and common understanding and problem solving across very, very different library institutions in a way that I think will continue to have lasting value. And that, of course, connects to our work in fostering professional development, exchange, knowledge exchange, the real work we're doing here today. And this is focused particularly, I should say, on friends in the room here today, because Dr. Singh, you and your colleagues here in Taiwan are an exemplar of this kind of work. And here we're remembering some of the metadata work we did back in the teens some while ago. And it's a delight for me to be able to conclude my rush through 50 years of the British Library so far by the agreement that we signed just this morning to digitize content. And so we really are keeping that international flavor right at the heart of what we do. So let me just conclude by, or the final part of my talk is now looking to the future, because we are, as I said, living knowledge. We set as a strategy to take us through to our anniversary. Well, our anniversary is very nearly on us. So in May of this year, we will be publishing the sequel to Living Knowledge, which will take us through to the end of the decade. And I'm not yet quite able to unveil the whole thing, but I can give some clues about where we're headed. But I should say to friends and colleagues that it's not going to be a sudden reversal or change of direction. The mission and purpose that we set with Living Knowledge is going to continue. But we've been testing it against quite a challenging world and looking at some of the themes that are changing all of our lives. And that will, I think, influence the work we do, not just over the next decade, but the years ahead. And they all, by the way, grow out of things that are already happening, of course. But I mentioned AI earlier, and there's no question this digital revolution is now taking a fateful or historic step into something quite different, potentially hugely beneficial for what we do, amazing tools that can help us do what we already do smarter and quicker and collaborate in new ways, but obviously real risks as well to authenticity or credibility or whatever else might come out of AI on a scale we've never been able to imagine it before. That perhaps connects to that second point there around a world where information is not in short supply. There's almost an overabundance of information, but what can we really trust? And particularly for young people, or maybe all of us, reliant upon a stream of content coming at us all the time, what is the role of libraries and national libraries in that kind of information ecosystem? And then the opposite of that theme I was talking about with community development and locality and the ongoing importance of the physical in all of this, an increased understanding of the importance of real places and being very, very present and physical as well, and what that might mean for us. The penultimate point there, I'm afraid we have to live with. We thought it was an uncertain world in 2015. We now know it is even more unstable and uncertain than we thought. And how do we ensure that we protect and maintain the vital cultural, intellectual dialogue and the power of institutions to transcend politics through that? And yes, I'm afraid a climate emergency which none of us are going to be able to escape, and we all have a duty to respond to in different ways. So out of that, you'll see when we publish, we'll be setting ourselves objectives, we'll be still working through our language of mission and purposes. But there are a few themes that I think will run through the work that we do. And I will just touch on some of those in my remaining slides. First of all, access, engagement, and inclusion. I think we've all experienced a shift, sometimes challenging, mostly inspiring, to make us question some of our own attitudes as institutions. Who are we really welcoming in? Who are we speaking to? And particularly, I guess, for us in the UK, but everyone will have a version of this. Are there communities who actually feel excluded by the stories we tell or the language we use? And so this is just, in everything we do, constantly thinking, are we at least trying to live up to that word, everyone, in our statement of mission? And then there's the idea of partnerships of all kinds. We've learnt, I think, slowly to become a better partner, but we can always do better. But every time we get it right, we become a stronger institution because we expose ourselves to different ways of thinking and we find ourselves connecting in different ways. And this map shows the work we've been doing with public libraries in the UK, that business and IP centre network that I talked about, but also our Living Knowledge network, which we started really as an offshoot of our Living Knowledge strategy in a very experimental way to see if there were other ways in which a national library could engage with, partner with, have dialogue with willing public libraries. And it's proved very, very potent. And for instance, exhibitions, we found ways now, when we put on a big exhibition each year, we can do micro-localized versions of it in our public library partners. And for instance, we did an exhibition about the history of news and newspapers at in our London galleries last year, which was interesting and good, but it didn't reach maybe the very largest audience we've ever had. But the localized versions had real power, and we totted up that some 600,000 people across the UK had seen a version of that story and those ideas through their public library. So partnerships are absolutely vital, and they're within the UK, and they are, of course, crucially, what we're doing today, partnering internationally, keeping those bonds and connections, not just the established ones, but endlessly innovating in new kinds of dialogue and relationship. And you're seeing snapshots there for all kinds of recent work we've been doing, including our very valuable Chevening Fellowships. Another crucial theme you'll have seen is the simple modernization of our services. This is not the most glamorous, but it's possibly the most important. The big investment we need to do, particularly in digital infrastructure, a new library services platform. You were talking about new kinds of preservation, repositories. This is never-ending work, we now know, but it's absolutely crucial if the simple quality of service we offer our researchers is going to stay relevant and fit for purpose. Part of that is also fostering the skills of information literacy to help people navigate this digital world. And then connecting with the theme of partnerships, you'll see a new brand there down the bottom, Library On, which we have just launched in beta, very experimentally. And on this is something we've been working on with our friends in the public library sector. It's not a British library brand, but we've just helped to try and develop it and bring it into being. And for us, certainly in the UK, it's a step towards creating at least one space on the internet where all libraries in the UK, public libraries in particular, can find a common space and a common brand and promote themselves as a national service and a national space. And over time, we hope it may become a platform where actually more common forms of interaction and discovery of content can connect the ultra-local with the national. And this is a space where we'll hopefully bring together ourselves and our fellow national libraries in the UK with some of the most dynamic of the public library sector, and we hope ultimately all of the public library sector across the UK. So very early stages here, a very, very gentle launch this year, and then steadily, subject to funding, growing over the years ahead. I mentioned the climate emergency. We are worrying about this more and more, and obviously each of us has a job to do, making sure that our own institution is as resilient, as sustainable as it can be. Another partnership, there's our Green Libraries Manifesto, our Green Libraries Partnership, which we helped to forge with UK libraries, trying to deliver best practice in sustainability. But also, this is part of our research and collections mission as well. We hold deep historic records and knowledge which have still not been interrogated for the information that they can give about the history of climate change, both in the UK and historically. So we see a role in contributing to the science of climate change, as well as trying to be good actors ourselves. And then you'll have seen that another final theme is about new spaces, north and south. And I began with a little map of our islands in the British Isles. And I'll finish with sketching in perhaps some of the ways in which the physical spaces of the British Library, alongside all that digital transformation, might, we hope, change and evolve over this next period. And you'll see 3 there, and I'll come to all 3 of them. I mean, first of all, St Pancras Transformed. I mean, I mentioned that remarkable, where are we, project to build the British Library in London that we know. I am here to tell you today it was never finished. So about 2/3 of the original vision were created, and I think that was probably about right. I think the government at the time needed to understand, is there really the need for this, really demand? But there is, and the communities are coming, it's being used. So we've always known that that red area behind the library would get developed one day. And now we feel the decade ahead is the moment to do that. And it will be a huge project. We're doing it in partnership with commercial partners and with others and with the Alan Turing Institute. But what we hope to create on that space at the back, and we've just received planning permission, I'm very excited, will be spaces at ground level that I hope will effortlessly extend the interior spaces of the British Library to the north of our plot, create a new atrium, which at one end will connect us with the burgeoning landscape of King's Cross, where Google and Meta and others have their headquarters, with the Francis Crick Institute next door. But at the other end, we'll have a completely new front door that directly faces those local communities on our doorstep who have never perhaps felt welcomed by our building before. Now they will have a ground level space, which I hope they will feel is theirs, and we'll have new exhibition galleries there, new kinds of learning space, actually new kinds of flexible space we haven't yet invented. We want to go on a journey with the people who live near us and use us to help adapt these spaces. And then around and above, we will have spaces, rentable spaces for laboratories, data science, life science companies and startups spinning out of the Francis Crick Institute next door. And what we hope is that we will both connect with communities in new ways, extend our public service, but also become a proper part of the scientific community that is growing up around us in London. And then in the north of England, we are investing in the renewal of our Boston Spa site. I talked about those 2 major robotic repositories, and we are about to start construction on a 3rd, which is just going in for planning, well, it has planning permission now, we're just going into construction, we hope, later this year. And this is the successor to that additional storage building, which is about to get full up. And this will, we hope, take the continued physical growth of our collection, future-proofing it until well into the second half of the century. And maybe by that point, the physical growth will be coming to an end. You never know. Those predictions have been made before, but at the very least, it will protect the future of the site. But this time round, we do want to make sure that although Boston Spa, for those of you who know it, is quite remote, it's not completely invisible, particularly to the young people of the region. And so this time round, in addition, by the way, to refurbishing and re-landscaping the existing spaces that we have, we will have a proper backstage experience. And our hope is that every school child in the north of England will be able to come and spend one day in their childhood backstage at the National Library, see the robots in action, understand the industrial scale of what it takes to keep the national memory going. So I think it will be, for those of you who know Boston Spa, it will feel familiar but different in 5 years' time, and maybe humming with school children. But it will still be in the countryside. It won't be near a population centre. And the third of these projects, which is still work in progress, but it's a powerful vision for us, is based on the idea that if we are going to remain active in the north of England, which generally receives much less cultural funding than the south, and we're going to restore Boston Spa, we don't want the value of that just to go to the capital, but we would like to actually bring it and create a space, a public space, that is as accessible and visitable and usable to the 10 million or so people who live within about an hour or 90 minutes of us. And the site we found is in Leeds, which is our nearest city, right in the middle of the UK. It's on the South Bank, which was once the cradle of the first industrial revolution, now very, very run down, economically barely productive at all, a huge task to bring it back to life, but of course a cultural institution can help. And there is a building which is a most unusual heritage building, which, having taken a deep breath, we are committing to see if we cannot transform. It is a flax mill built, for reasons I still don't quite understand, in 1840 as an exact replica of the Temple of Horus at Edfu on the outside. And it was Marshall's Mill, and in its day it was the most innovative building in Britain, all on one level, lit, naturally lit by 65 conical roof lights, modular, extremely flexible. It originally had a green roof with grass, with sheep on the roof. It was an attempt in the 1840s to create a different kind of sustainable space, one of the great spaces of innovation. And for us, in seeking a site, we suddenly saw in this space something that was meaningful for the community. It's an icon of the city that has been neglected, has failed to find a use now for about 30 years. But for us has the potential dynamism and flexibility, and yes, literally accessibility for people on wheelchairs, all on one level, that could be a great space, a different kind of space for a national library, a British library space for the north of England. And so we are, even as we speak, preparing our case for government. We've raised some money already, but we need to raise more. But we have superb support for the vision. We believe it could be transformatory, I hope for the region, but I hope also for ourselves as an institution, so as never again to be seen just as a metropolitan or cosmopolitan institution. So I think I'll conclude by saying that maybe this particular project is complex, it's audacious, it has many challenges ahead, but I think it does, and I find it reassuring that it chimes with themes I've already heard at this conference about national libraries being bold to find ways to open themselves up to their communities, and particularly to people who may never have even thought previously that the National Library could have been for them. It's a kind of reorientating or recentering for ourselves geographically in the countries that we serve. And it's been inspiring to see other examples, not least, Dr. Zung, the remarkable project in Tainan, which none of us can wait to see. That is so exciting and in many ways a mirror of what we are trying to do. So that inspires me, I think, to believe that whatever challenges we encounter, and we will, as we move into this new strategy period, we will, as so often in the past, be moving in partnership and solidarity with our National Library friends around the world. So I'm going to end on that note. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. And if I may, could I just do one more thing before I finish, because we're so happy to be here. Han Lin, might you possibly just come and join me on the stage briefly? But I mentioned that that animals exhibition is opening in London today. Dr. Zung, would you come on stage? I just want to give you a little gift. Please come up. Thank you. Presentation. catalogue just been published for animals with precious material from our collections, and I just want to give that to your collections. So thank you for hosting me. Thank you. That's it. Sorry.
Thank you to our speaker and chair. Sir Keating insists on delivering his gift catalog to our National Central Library. Thank you very much. Now it's lunchtime. Now it's lunchtime. For our invited guests, please be guided by our staffs to conference room 188 for your meal. For the rest of our participants, please check the back of your name tag or instructions of your lunch. We will reconvene in an hour and a half. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
各位亲爱的与会来宾，请遵照您的名牌背后指示到您的用餐地点。谢谢。 impetus for change in libraries. We are much delighted to invite University librarian Professor Guanghua Chen from National Taiwan University, who is also the president of the Library Association of the Republic of China, Taiwan, to be the chair for us. Welcome, Dr. Chen.
Good afternoon. Thank you for coming back. I'm Guanghua Chen from National Taiwan University. It's my pleasure to host this session. The theme of this session is the pandemic as an impetus for change in library. We have three distinguished speakers from the Czech Republic and the Republic of Poland and Taiwan. I think the time is limited, so I would like the introduction to every speaker can be found in the printed material. So I will not introduce every speakers. So let's welcome the first speaker, Thomas Fortin, the Director General of National Library of Czech Republic. Let's welcome Thomas.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you. It was some test of the capacity of my speech, so it was okay. Thank you so much. It's always a challenge to have a talk after such a great presenter as Yori Keating is. And of course, his talk was also inspiring, so it's a tough challenge for me to manage everything. So I really do my best to have fun for you and to understand some topics coming from the Czech Republic, the Central Europe region. If you are not familiar with where the Czech Republic is, it's not working. Yeah, now it's working. This is the small country here in the Central Europe region, so pretty far away from this region. So you know where the Czech Republic is exactly. I try to open the discussion with the information what you have to remember about the Czech Republic. So first of all, the Czech Republic is a beautiful country. Everyone is kindly invited to come because the beautiness of the Czech towns is magnificent. We are also famous for the democracy in the Czech Republic because the first Czech president was a strong man who taken active part in the whole globe. So please remember our first Czech president. And maybe there are two things about the Czech nation you have to know. First of all, we have special sense for humor. It's not so common, the sense of the humor the Czechs are having. This is the slide describing the competition, the biggest Czech person in the history. It's a BBC model competition. And Czechs voted as the top person, the man called Jara Zimmerman, completely fictional person. This man never alive. So after that, the rules of the BBC has to change because this person couldn't be the top person of the Czech Republic because he is not existing. So then the Czechs voted for the biggest emperor, Charles IV. So that's some example of the Czech sense of humor. And of course, yesterday we drank some beer. We are also famous for the Czech beer. Everyone who loves beer have to come to Czech Republic and have some persons. So that's all about the Czech Republic. And now I would like to say a few words about the Czech librarianship, because I'm not sure how familiar are you with the Czech librarianship. I would like to say some ground information about Czech libraries. The total amount of the Czech libraries is more than 6,000. If we compare the network of the Czech libraries to other European countries, the network is the densest one. That means 5.8 public libraries per 10,000 inhabitants. So you can see that the network of the libraries is very special, very unique. And the grounds why is the network so important is coming back to the year 1919, where the first Czechoslovak president, Tomáš Garrigue Masaryk, proclaimed that the Czechoslovak nation should be well educated and should support the democratic powers. And that's why he prescribed some law, means that in every single village in the Czech Republic should be a library. And these libraries are still running from that time till now. So that's why the network of the Czech libraries is so dense. Second thing I would like to mention is the fact that the Czech libraries are capable to cooperate together and can prepare a lot of projects. You can see the timeline from the 1990s till now, from the 1990s till now, and you can see there are a lot of projects concerning the digitization, web archiving, long-term preservation of the content, public services, etc., etc. And what is crucial is the fact that it is not the single project of the National Library of Czech Republic or Municipal Library Prague, whatever. All of the projects are joint projects of the Czech libraries. So the cooperation, the society, the librarianship is common in the Czech Republic. And finally, I would like to say a few words about the attendance of the libraries of the Czech Republic. If we compare the situation with other activities, including music festivals, including some other culture events, including the first soccer or first ice hockey league, the number of visitors of the libraries is maybe half time higher than others. So you can see how the libraries are standing among other culture, heritage events, among other sports events, among everything. So that means for the Czech nation, libraries are highly important. And that's a great message, I think. Now I would like to talk a bit about the National Library of Czech Republic itself. The National Library of Czech Republic is truly the biggest, the most important, and maybe the most beautiful library inside of the Czech Republic. Our goal is to preserve the collections. Our goal is to provide the public services for everybody who is interested in. And also our goal is to provide some cultural, educational events. Our library is having only 7.6 million of volumes, not so much as British Library have. But to store it, it's really the challenge for the future generation. If I return back to the history of the Clementinum, to Jesuits order, and of course the National Library of Czech Republic, I need to return back to the half of the 16th century, where the Jesuits order came to Prague and established the first library in the heart of the Prague. The building itself, the Clementinum we are located in, was finally constructed in the 30s of the 18th century, and our first document concerning the National and University Library was prepared by the Empress Maria Theresia in the late of 18th century. The legal deposit copy was founded in the Bohemian countries in the beginning of the 19th century, and from that time we received 2 copies of every single Bohemian document printed in the Czech Republic, or formerly Czechoslovakia or Bohemia, to our collections. And our mission, which is still running, was fully established after the Velvet Revolution in the 90s of the last century. Here you can see some images of our beautiful building called Clementinum. As I said, it's the magnificent piece of Baroque art. It's located in the heart of the Prague. But of course, we have also some modern premises with the modern repositories and stuff like this. I would like to talk a bit about the main goals and main activities of the National Library. If I would like to conclude everything, I will be having maybe 2 hours, maybe 3 hours long speech, so I choose 3 of them. The first key mission of the National Library of Czech Republic is digitization. We started the first digitization projects in the early 90s of the last century. From the early beginning, we were responsible for the standardization, for the methodology, and for the support of other libraries and cultural heritage institutions in the area of digitization. If you can count the numbers we are able to provide, you can see it's more than 100 million pages available in the area of digital content, but, and you already mentioned it, we are also responsible for the web archiving. We harvest the whole domain .cz at least 2 times per year. There are some special harvests concerning some big culture, big sports events, or if there are some floods or something like this. And that means we are able to store more than 500 terabytes of the digital content. And if you can imagine how many files we are talking about, it's more than 12 billions of single files located in the repository of the Web Archive Czech Republic. Our second main activity, because we are a national library as well with a small n in the beginning, is to preserve the world culture heritage, especially the bohemian culture heritage for the future generation. That's why we were having, we constructed in the past very special research labs, conservation labs, and restoration labs. And our duty is to be a library of the last salvation for the bohemian document. So when some Czech document is damaged in other libraries, National Library is responsible to preserve it for the future generation, maybe forever. And finally, the third activity I would like to mention is the research. Because Czech National Library or National Library of Czech Republic belong to the biggest research libraries in the Central Europe region, and in the comparison with other Czech universities or Czech culture heritage institutions, our results are magnificent. We are able to achieve around 50 or 60 results of the research per year, including some software solutions, including some professional research books, including some papers, whatever you can imagine. And why I'm talking about it's because of the fact I'm proud to my colleagues, because almost 60 employees in the National Library of Czech Republic are responsible for the research activities. So they are really often increase their skills. They are in the good cooperation with various institutions inside of the Czech Republic, but also abroad. And they can bring some new ideas, new vision to the library. And we are doing our best as the board of the managers to support them and let them increase and develop. And I think it's a great mission of the National Library generally. Okay, the topic of this session is connected with the COVID pandemic. Everybody of us, every single person sitting in this audience has some experience with the COVID pandemic situation. But I would like to summarize briefly at the beginning how the COVID situation, how the COVID pandemic influenced the Czech nation, Czech Republic, and maybe Central Europe region. Let me start with some data. The first case of the COVID pandemic was found in Czech Republic in the 1st March of 2020. You know, during the first period, first months after the COVID, it was said by our Prime Minister during European Commission meetings and wherever that Czech Republic is best in COVID. We were the best, but only during the first months. Afterwards, the situation changed so far, and we were probably the worst country in the world in the COVID pandemic situation in the comparison with the amount of the Czech inhabitants. Here you can see the data from the beginning of the COVID, so only a few people were infected. But during the second wave, the number of infections increased very much. And during the during the third wave, the numbers will be more and more higher. In total, almost half of the Czech citizens were infected during the COVID pandemic. And these numbers are incredibly high, and for me, it's sometimes unacceptable that the Czech nation failed so much in the second and third wave of the pandemic. Why? It's the question for the historians, sociologists, and I don't know which field of the research. So maybe next time I will be able to spread some more information about the detailed research concerning the COVID pandemic. Of course, there were a lot of security arrangements. I chose some of them which were also connected to the activities of the library. The first was the restriction which decreased the limit where the people are able to move around the Czech Republic. Finally, it was strictly prohibited to leave your city. Yes. You know, pretty soon there was the mandatory issue to wear a face mask, which is common right now. And what is very important, from the early beginning, all the sports, culture, and other events were strictly prohibited. So it was almost impossible to meet other people. That's why we were best in COVID in the beginning. But after the restrictions were gone or passed, you know, the numbers increase and increase and increase. And of course, also some shops and other institutions were closed during the COVID pandemic. I would like to talk a bit also about the citizens' engagement, because I'm so proud to the Czech nation, especially during the first wave of COVID, because we helped each other. We were able to prepare our own face masks when the face masks were missing. We asked the Czech television to prepare some special program for the old people to be at home, because, you know, old people were the most endangered part of the society. We prepared some specialized program. I think not only the libraries, but the society generally. There were some special groups of people traveling inside of the city, helping the people, talk with them, etc. And of course, a lot of private companies, free of charge, were involved in the process of the protection. They were making some special nanomaterials out this way of the nano disinfection. Now, I would like to talk a bit about the engagement of the libraries. My talk is about digitization and digitization activities, but I don't want to miss other activities of the libraries. We made big progress, for example, with some recommendations, standardization, and methodology to help the other libraries how to work with the books, how to work with the people, how to disinfect their spaces, etc. We also create some special websites concerning all the basic recommendations where all the information from the government, from the local bodies were put together, not to be lost for the people, because, you know, sometimes all of us are overflooded by the information. And finally, we receive some new ideas about the book delivery. So here you can see the book to your home delivery service, or some open windows where the librarians share the books with the society. But there is only a few projects mentioned right here, right now. There were more of them, thousands of them. Almost every single Czech library was involved in the process how to help the people to survive the COVID pandemic. But as I mentioned, and now it's the regular beginning of my talk, I would like to talk a bit about the COVID situation in Czech Republic and the way how we use digital content. This presentation is aimed directly to the COVID pandemic period and National Digital Library, and to the topic of the out-of-commerce works, the special license, how we can open the data from the pandemic till now and till the future. Okay, my presentation started with this article, which was published on the main Czech website, where almost everybody is learning the information. Unfortunately, it's in Czech. Sorry about that. But the question here, upside, is how we can study. And this question was asked by the students. Because, as I mentioned, the universities were closed, the libraries were closed, archives were closed, everything was closed, but the need for the information still exists. So how to support them, how to help them? Together with the Ministry of Culture of the Czech Republic, the founder of the National Library of Czech Republic, we started the negotiation process with the copyright holders and with the Association of the Publishers and Booksellers to find a way how to open the digital content in the National Digital Library without any limits. In that time, there was no copyright in Czech Republic, so every single digital page was available. That's the mission of my presentation. For the first 3 or 4 months, it was completely free of charge because the booksellers, association of the copyright holders and others were thinking how to support the Czech nations. But afterwards, we were negotiating how to make it official and how to find some budget to cover the cost for such a license and for the break of the copyright. As I mentioned, finally we found a way. The costs were 80 million Czech crowns. That means more than 3.2 million of euros for 6 months during the COVID pandemic. And the way of thinking was very simple. There was a government act, number 238. And based on this act, we received the funding from the Ministry of Culture, and we can find a way how to cover the cost for the license to the copyright holders. Here you can see the statistic information. Within 8 months, when this project was running, more than 43 millions of pages were available and read during the COVID pandemic, the most crucial times in the modern Czech history. But it's not only about the COVID pandemic. We try to do our best to negotiate with the copyright holders and the publishers how to fix this process available also in these days and for the future. It's not unlimited access. There is no break of the copyright right now. But we found a way how to establish the project out of commercial works available via the internet with them. Here you can see here you can see the list of the books which are available, and in total, when this project was around, we were talking about almost 200,000 volumes of the books. This is the way, the gate, how the data are open. There are available the data from the National Library of Czech Republic, Moravian State Library, Academy of Sciences, and the Regional Library in Hradec Králové. We are talking about out-of-commerce work. That means the documents which are not available in the common market. The term common market means the regular booksellers, also some e-book sellers or the sellers providing their content via internet, but we don't count among the out-of-commerce works and the license the second-hand book sellers, because it's almost impossible to reach any statistical data, any metadata from them. So it was very hard to talk and negotiate with them. Of course, the negotiation process wasn't easy because, the publishers, copyright holders were afraid about the activities of the libraries because they were afraid that their incomes decrease and decrease and decrease. That's why we spent a lot of time by the negotiation. The threat why they were so afraid about such a service is that the digital availability can potentially decrease the possible sales potential of their books and their documents. And they also said that every new book, new author, new topic has the possible own competitive title available on the market. It doesn't matter if it's online, EPUB, or physical unit. And finally, they were scared that the remote and free online access can compete with the latest paid titles on the market. That means that they were afraid the people will be more interested in the older books than the new modern production. But from your every single use case, you can imagine people are interested more in the modern production. So there is no need to be scary from their side about this fact. But they said it. How does it really work in the digital library? This is our main this is the main website of the National Digital Library Project, and here you can see some list of the books or documents which are available. There are some lockers, the gray one, the yellow one, and there is no locker over there. When it's no locker on the document, that means this document is out of copyright, it's free accessible. So there is no need to care about it. If there is a yellow locker, that means that such a book is involved in out-of-commerce license. I will be talking later on how does it working. And this gray locker means this document is still copyrighted because it's very modern. The next stage, when you click on this document with the yellow locker, is the authorization web page, where is written, this document is not publicly accessible, and if you are interested to study, you have to enter this registration page and just to simply register. Simply way I mentioned is the fact that there are some special IDs which are under the control of the National Library of Czech Republic, or EduID, which is available almost in every single culture heritage institution or education institution in Czech Republic. So if the possible student or possible researcher interested in the out-of-commerce work would like to study, it's usually the reader of some university library or some municipal library, and via his account there, he can enter to the globe world of the digital content available in the Czech Republic. It's easy. And then the content is open, and you can read it. There is only one thing here. It's written that this is my ID, I'm registered for the book, and I can read it. So if I download it, even if it's prohibited technically, virtually, based on the legislation, I will do it and I will share it, I don't know, via the print screens or something like that. I will be responsible because this is my login. It's stable and permanent. Okay, because it's a long time process, we try to make our best to simplify it as much as is possible. From the early beginning, we were trying to match the metadata records available in our library catalog with some data coming from the publishers, booksellers, and copyright holders. We found it's not easy business. That's why we developed some solution interconnected the systems coming from the booksellers, publishers, and copyright holders together with the library systems. This system it's called DNN index, and via this system we can monitor which book, which document, which volume can be added to this special license, which not. And on the other hand, the publishers, copyright holders, or the booksellers can ask us, please remove this document from the list because it might be licensed, might be copyrighted, might be not available. We will check it after, but simple system, how does it really work? Unfortunately, this system is not available in English language mutation, so just imagine how does it work. Here's the whole setup, how does it work, but you know, you have to learn Czech to understand it. It's easy, Czech language is very nice. Of course, there are some future steps, planning, in progress, and some of them are already happened. We are negotiating with the copyright holders, publishers, and booksellers to renew this contract for next 5 years. And I'm almost 100% sure we will manage it. And this new license agreement will be maybe more friendly to the interested persons, because based on the new license, all the EU and EEA citizens would be able to enter to the system, not only Czech citizens. So there is a big advantage. But it's not signed, it's just something in the process of negotiation, but I think it will be agreed. We also made our best to be involved in the European registry of the out-of-commerce works, because you know, we are the members of the European Commission, and this is something which should be regulated and managed by the European Council as well. You know, there are a lot of data coming from Slovakia, from Germany, and from other countries, but from us there are some technical limits how to place out the metadata to the system. Frank Schulze agreed It's not easy business, and I think we can meet together and try to persuade the European Commission to work more precisely, if it's possible. Now I would like to talk about some statistic data. Third half of the last year, because this is the last time we have the rigorous statistic data, I will receive the data for the whole year 2022 within 1 week. But just for imagination, the number of the data which are now available in the free mode or out of commerce mode, it's around 400,000 volumes. It's amazing amount of content which is browsable by the possible users. Here you can see some list how the statistics change. Here you can see the numbers when the NDK COVID, that means no copyright, was running. And here you can numbers when this COVID system was gone and the DNNT started. So we are almost on the half of the service as it was before. You can see also the data in part based on other statistic information, but the results is the same. What I would like to add is the fact who are the persons interested in the digital data, especially in the COVID mode. From 85%, the audience was coming from the Czech universities. So university students, researchers, and other staff covers the scope of the whole possible audience from 85%. So, you know, sometimes it's funny because we are founded by the Ministry of Culture. Ministry of Culture have no business at all with education. But Ministry of Education, responsible for the education from the universities to the elementary schools, are not responsible for the digitization and for digital content. So sometimes this situation, it's funny. And something called resortism, it's running in Czech Republic so much. You can see also the statistic information that here is the Charles University, the biggest Czech university. And on the list there are other universities, and somewhere here is the first library. So you can see the data are inspiring, especially for the society of the students, researchers, and academic employees. And finally, this is my statistics from 2022. We were able to provide access in total to almost 7 million pages via this out-of-commerce license. This makes this license, if I compare it to the amount of money we spend, very productive, very effective, and especially very reachable to the final users. So my recommendation to all of you, especially to the responsible bodies, is do not be afraid to negotiate with the copyright holders, booksellers, and other responsible bodies, because there is a big need to communicate among all the involved groups. And if you are able to sit around the one table and discuss some possible topics, some possible cooperation, some possible ways how to increase the impetus of the digital content to the society, it makes sense. That's my message. Thank you so much. And I'm here for any questions.
Thanks, Thomas, for introducing very insightful services during COVID pandemic. My colleague remind me, there is no QA time. So if you would like to share your question, comments, suggestion to our speakers, please contact our speaker at the break time. Okay, let's move to the second presentation. The speaker is Julia Konopka-Noniatsuk. Sorry for my pronunciation. The topic is the obvious has become obvious. Library after the pandemic. Let's welcome Julia.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me? Closer, maybe, yes. And sorry for my surname, it's my husband's name, and he knows his fault. It's not my fault, sorry. So, the coronavirus pandemic officially arrived in Poland at the beginning of March 2020, to be precise, on March 4th. So 3 days after the Czech Republic. Right. The National Library of Poland was prepared as far as it was possible. From the beginning of the year, basic rules of hygiene and safety had been reiterated at regular meetings between the directors of the library and section managers. Initial decisive steps were taken on March 10, when the library decided to cancel all seminars, conferences, training courses, and other events. Business travel was suspended, first temporarily and then permanently, except where absolutely necessary. And of course, the reading rooms were closed to the public. This left us with the difficult question: how to make the collections accessible to users, one of our chief tasks as the National Library, under such limitations. First and foremost, ensuring the safety of our staff and our readers was our priority. The speed at which the epidemic was unfolding and the unprecedented scale of the global threat meant that we could not wait for any official guidance from the authorities other than the general guidelines they issued. The approach we took was that everyone should consider what the needs and dangers were in their own area of activity. The increase in the number of infections, and above all the fact that we knew so little about the virus itself, the mortality rate, mode of transmission, what the possible complications were in the short and long term, all this meant that we needed to act as fast as possible, but in a considered, safe manner. The library's directors and managers quickly reorganized how we work so that the most important tasks of the library could be performed at home. We took the decision early on to buy a large number of laptops before they disappeared from the market, which proved to be crucial. Employees who did not have high-speed internet access from home were provided with mobile modems. But perhaps the most important decision we made was to quickly shift to remote work the almost 80 catalogers involved in cataloging the legal deposit intake of new publications. That was made possible by organizing designated drivers to continually deliver and collect copies of the publications for cataloging. This required a great effort by the domain cataloging department, the domestic and international lending department, and the administration and business department. Let me explain why I think that this was the most important decision. The library wanted to maintain its standard of cataloging incoming publications for the legal deposit within a period of 24 hours, an immense achievement by the National Library of Poland, and to continue cataloging all collective publications such as post-conference volumes and articles from 2,500 scientific and cultural journals. While the 24-hour goals for cataloging was not always possible due to the irregular times at which publications were received by the library, on no occasion did it take longer than a week, and most books were catalogued within 48 hours of arriving at the library. All that in the period of full lockdown. Because all of these and many other libraries' efforts, the first official case of a National Library of Poland employee being infected was only identified on October 21st, 7 months into the pandemic period. And to be honest, I was the first case in the National Library of Poland. Being close to readers, the National Library of Poland decided to use its digital potential not only for its own users, but for those of other libraries that were also shut. In mid-March 2020, we began strongly promoting our digital library, polona.pl, with a campaign entitled "Read it online without the risk of infection. Poland's largest digital library is open." The site polona.pl now contains more than 3.8 million digital items, including books, journals, manuscripts, early printed works, maps, and others. And it is one of the largest digital libraries in Europe. Furthermore, in May 2020, the National Library launched a new digitization on demand service, inviting anyone interested to make suggestions about what items they needed digitized, whether for their day-to-day work, their studies, or their hobbies. We offer this service free of charge. Only library materials in the public domain could be digitized, in particular, works 70 years after the death of the author. Our digitization on demand service has grown massively in popularity since its introduction. We had 255 orders in 2020, 889 orders in 2021, and 781 orders in 2022. In addition, at the end of 2020, we bought the copyrights to works by more than 120 contemporary Polish writers. That meant that we could make novels, poems, and other important contemporary texts available to the public, always via polona.pl. Thanks to this, teachers were able to assign their students things to read without them having to leave the house, for example. The other service that proved extremely useful during the pandemic period was the Academica Digital Interlibrary Loan Service, set up by the National Library of Poland in 2014. Libraries of all types, including those in the smallest rural locations, can use this service, which gives users access to the same collections as readers at the National Library in Warsaw. Member libraries essentially became mini national libraries. Readers can order any item from the National Library's catalog, and items are usually available on special terminals the next day. For the duration of the loan, the original copy at the National Library's collection is blocked in line with Poland's copyright law. If the publication is not available in digital form, we scan it and make it available as soon as possible. By the end of 2022, more than 4,000 libraries of all different types were using this service. You can see their locations on the map, and you can see that you can find a member library in almost every corner of the country. What really surprised us in a very positive way was the popularity of Academica between students who had to return to their hometowns during the pandemic. Thanks to the service, they could freely access the National Library's collections in the local libraries and continue their studies. However, the role of the National Library during the pandemic as the central library of the state was not limited to extending its digital services. Its activities covered two dimensions: within the library itself, where it had to find its own way during COVID-19, and beyond the library, where it had to provide assistance to the more than 30,000 other libraries in Poland. Thanks to the National Library's quick and clear decisions made early on, the situation did not spiral out of control at any point during the pandemic. Taking the official regulations issued by the Polish government as a basis, after carefully analyzing them, the National Library drew up recommendations for public libraries on how to operate during the pandemic, updating those recommendations regularly. In addition, the National Library launched an advice service where librarians from other libraries could get answers to any questions they had about library operations. The asked questions and given answers were also published on the National Library's website. Public libraries operated to the fullest extent possible under the regulations. Many librarians, unable to welcome readers to their reading rooms, began to take telephone and email orders for items from their collections. The items were then packaged as special parcels for readers to collect from in front of the library building. The network of book machines offering contactless borrowing and return of items 24/7 also developed at an extraordinary pace. And you can see an example of a book machine on the slide. Faced with new challenges every day, Polish libraries proved that they were themselves not only important focal points in the life of local communities, but also a network for exchanging information, advice, and ways of doing things. At a time when all other cultural institutions, cinemas, theaters, and museums were closed, libraries, as far as possible, became a free point of access to culture, knowledge, and information. I say became, but in fact, that was what they had always been. It took the pandemic for what was always obvious to become obvious again. As you can imagine, the biggest change for libraries was developing digital services and related skills for staff. The only reliable way to communicate with readers was digitally, so we all had to learn how to use computers, digital libraries, and other online services. This also meant that many libraries purchased equipment they did not have before. For many libraries, this was the occasion to finally upgrade their devices and skills. Since the end of the lockdown, only libraries that underwent a digital shift have maintained almost full contact with their users. In contrast, libraries that did not go digital have lost many users, as people have got used to accessing digital resources and often actually prefer them. This is best illustrated by the use of polona.pl and Academica services, which I mentioned before. In 2019, users accessed the digital library polona.pl around 1 million times. In 2020, it was almost 2.2 million times. In 2021, over 2.3 million times. And in 2022, more than 2.2 million times. This represents more than 100% of growth in usage. Readers continue to have a strong interest in the National Library's digital collections, which are expanding every year. As much as losing some of our on-site users saddens us, we are very happy to see our digital collections being used so significantly. Academica has seen a similar increase in usage. Readers read 124,000 publications via Academica in 2019, nearly 190,000 publications in 2020, almost 250,000 in 2021, and nearly 340,000 in 2022. What may be interesting is that in 2022, the National Library of Poland performed all national interlibrary loans via the Academica system. We didn't have to loan any physical copies of our publications to Polish libraries. Because one of our main tasks as the National Library is to protect and permanently archive the written output of Polish national heritage, you can imagine how it is important for us to not to have to loan any physical items from our stacks. The shift to digital formats by readers is also seen in the increased interest in services enabling remote access to publications, or in other words, book-on-demand subscription services. Before the pandemic, these systems were little known and not widely used. Today, one service offers more than 180,000 publications, and the country's largest online books retailer also has set up its own service. Library readers are also increasingly choosing this way of reading. In 2020, more than 320 public libraries in Poland purchased a remote access service. In 2021, more than 600, and in 2022, 700. Interest in such services is growing and will certainly continue to grow in the coming years. The desire to offer libraries and researchers up-to-date services led the National Library of Poland to release 2 new services in 2022, Polona for Libraries and Polona for Scientists. Polona for Libraries enables libraries to transfer both digitized objects that they own and files stored on physical media with a short shelf life or born digital publications to a central digital repository. The service is aimed at public libraries, especially those in smaller towns, which collect publications, archives, and museum objects related to the history and cultural heritage of their region, but whose budgets do not allow them to maintain their own digital library. It is also aimed at other types of libraries producing or collecting electronic publications that want to make their spending on creating a digital library more effective. Each library can create its own digital collections and make them available on the system. In addition, they have the options of managing their own digital resources and metadata on the system. The second service, Polona for Scientists, is a modern universal platform for communication between participants in research projects involving digitized items. The platform allows communication both within individual research projects and between different projects. Researchers using the platform can use specialized tools, create links to digital objects from the National Library's collections, and create public profiles for themselves and their projects featuring items from public digitized collections, notes, and research texts. Both services are, of course, free of charge. However, I would like to stress that it was not just the pandemic that made the National Library of Poland so committed to developing its digital services. The National Library of Poland was founded 276 years ago. At that time, in the 18th century, it was one of the largest public libraries in Europe, its collections numbering more than 400,000 publications and over 10,000 medieval and Renaissance manuscripts. In the course of its long history, the National Library was destroyed twice, first in 1794 by the Russians, and again in 1944 by the Nazis. Each time it was rebuilt and reopened. As a reminder of our history, we keep a glass urn containing the ashes of the items from our most valuable collections, burned by the Nazis in 1944 and collected by our colleagues after the Warsaw Uprising. You can see the urn on the slide. I have to admit that seeing the charred remnants of the books moves me every time in a particular way. It's a potent and palpable evidence of history of my library and my country. As I am sure you can understand, from our perspective, digital services are not only a quick and easy way for readers to access our collections, they are a way of providing certainty that the collections will be preserved for future generations. Like I mentioned previously, during the pandemic period, the libraries in Poland, with the guidance of the National Library of Poland, began to really cooperate and work for the best of their local societies. It became clear how strong the network of Polish libraries was and how well it functioned after February 24, 2022, when Russia began its aggression against Ukraine. On a related note, this day was an extremely important one for the National Library of Poland. It was the day that we opened our new reading rooms after a 3-year general redevelopment, and also the 94th anniversary of the reactivation of the National Library of Poland after the First World War. Two events that soon paled into insignificance as events unfolded in Ukraine. Public libraries, especially those located in the east of Poland, almost immediately became centers of assistance for refugees from Ukraine. Very often, libraries were the first place refugees went to after crossing the border and where they received initial assistance. Libraries were also used as first aid stations, collecting points for donations, and for providing basic necessities such as hygiene products to those who needed them. They were so engaged and willing to help that they were also prepared to provide accommodation if necessary. Next, libraries started collecting books in Ukrainian and making them available, mainly to children. This was partially done in cooperation with Ukrainian publishers. Librarians organized workshops for refugees, daycare centers for children, and other activities. Additionally, libraries, including the National Library of Poland, started organizing Polish language courses for refugees so that they could find work more quickly. By the end of February 2022, almost 1,400 refugees completed the courses organized by the National Library of Poland. Another example of good cooperation between the network of libraries in Poland is how we started helping Ukrainian librarians who had come to the country. Tomasz Makowski, Director General of the National Library of Poland, called the directors of libraries in towns where Ukrainian librarians were located and asked them to look after them and, if possible, find employment for them. The National Library of Poland itself employed more than 10 refugees. By the end of 2022, almost 9 million refugees from Ukraine had arrived to Poland and are still arriving today, albeit in smaller numbers. Their needs are changing too, and Polish libraries are doing their best to adapt to those needs on an ongoing basis, for example, organizing workshops and activities for children and issuing new publications. You may ask, why is it so important for us to help Ukraine? We strongly believe that in the 21st century, after the experience of the Second World War and after the death of millions of people, there can be no acceptance for aggression against any free and independent country. If we would agree for it, that would mean that we haven't learned our lesson from the Second World War and that the death of its victims went in vain. All the library's actions for Ukrainian refugees mentioned before would not have been possible were it not for the sense of solidarity and cooperation built during the pandemic. Also important was the ability to carry on regardless during times of trouble, an ability that had been mastered during the pandemic, so to speak. What was also crucial is that the National Library of Poland proved an important element of social resilience, both during the pandemic and during the mass arrivals of refugees. Above all, however, Polish libraries understood the fundamental, most obvious thing, that they were there to provide a service for readers. They should be accessible, open, and responsive to the needs of local communities. And they should be responsive to the changing world around them. I truly believe that only by this, libraries can hope to maintain their position in the modern world. Every crisis brings an opportunity for a revolution. Maybe the pandemic was somehow the revolution that the Polish libraries needed. Thank you. And if I may use this opportunity, I wanted to congratulate Director General Shu Xian-Tseng and the whole National Central Library staff on their anniversary. On behalf of myself, Director General Tomasz Makowski and the whole National Library of Polish team. We wish you many more fruitful years to come. Shenji Kwai Lo, if I said it right. Thank you.
Thank Julia. From the first two presentation, we could find different libraries in different countries may provide similar services, but with a little bit local consideration or variations. The third presentation is empowerment, innovation, and sustainability, library transformation during COVID-19 pandemic. The speaker is Xuefang Song from Danjiang University. Please, let's welcome Song Guanzang.
Thank you, and happy birthday, National Central Library. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Xuefang Song from Tankang University. And it is a pleasure for me to be here to share the library service transformation in our library during the pandemic with you. First of all, I would like to give you a brief about Tankang University. The university was founded in 1950. It was the first private institute of higher education in Taiwan. Tankang University currently has 4 campuses comprised of 8 colleges with total 23,000 students, around 2,000 faculty and staff members, and around 300 and 1,000 alumni. Moreover, it was the first university in Taiwan to employ the Total Quality Management, TQM, which is introduced in 1992. The sixth spirit of our university to promote total quality management include leadership, commitment. Okay. And for participation, whole process management. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, the TQM's 6 core spirit of total quality management, we include a leadership commitment, full participation, whole process management, fact-based and customer satisfaction, and continual improvement. Let's move on about Tankang University Library. The Tankang University Library system consists of 1 main library and 3 branches. At present, the library houses more than 1.34 million printed volumes and 2.78 million electronic books and 77,000 periodical titles, include electronic journals, and 139,000 non-book items. Regarding the role of the university library in the pandemic, in addition to the quickly response to the parents' institution requirement and continue to operate, it is also necessary to create an environment where the patrons feel at ease and the library staff feel rest assured. So based on the school's TQM thinking, the library strategies are formulated for response to the pandemic. Strategy 1, continuity of library services. Cooperate with the university to formulate continuing operation plan to maintain the library service in the term of support the teaching and the research of teachers and the students. And the strategy 2, adopt a transformational leadership. In normal time, leader can persuade key performance indicator, KPI, to lead the team. But in the face of the pandemic, adopt transformative leadership include building trust with employees and sharing risk with the employees are key models for leadership in the time of crisis. And strategy 3, observing the current status of library service, adapting flexible and transforming with capacity enhancement. It is important to carry out proper pandemic prevent measures in order to maintain morale, to observe the changes outside the university that the pandemic had brought to the world, and from then grasp possible directions for the future. And step 4, grasp new needs and innovate service in the post-pandemic era. The new market demand and opportunity drive from the pandemic means it is the best time to promote innovation. As you know, the peak time of the pandemic in Taiwan was during May to July 2021. When the pandemic escalated to level 3, the whole campus began distance learning classes. Staff members were divided to alternated working from home or at the office, and the library remained opening with restricted access for teaching and learning supporting, and adjusted service hours to facilitate a virtual-free environment. The strategy is related to our educational and research service was to change existing service and activities. And most changes were made to the way library of our resources were used, as well as in redefined rules to reduce potential infection to users and facilities. The use of offline service. We took quick action in response to change the circumstance and experience, include abolishing a letter return charge, and the renewal period of all libraries material were expanded. And we have some adjusted as follow. For example, dissertation and thesis submission was by appointment, and circulation service was combined with the help desk to provide information about library service and other type of assistance to users. And 3, requested print resources were provided free of charge. And the last one is pre-existing virus collection of books by subject were expanded. The library prioritized the health and the safety of patrons and the staff during the pandemic, while making our resources and the service accessibility to everyone. We implemented some safety measures in contactless option for physical resources, such as an outdoor library book return box, book pickup at the book on reserve area, scan of the physical book chapters of journal articles. User could request the item from the online catalog, ELMA, and staff place the book in the book on reserve area. Users must wear a face covering and follow the old instruction provided. They pick up the reserved books and use self-service facility to check out and standardize. In some special cases, library use the postal service to deliver the item. In response to the remote users' needs for research and study during the pandemic, the library is the main pillar of the e-learning. We not only enhanced a system with integrated access to e-resources and the off-campus. In particular, we prepare free resources on COVID-19 offered by some of well-known publishers, and to help patrons to adapt to remote access. We also provide the multi-communication tools, include MS Teams, chat, email, FB, IG, and the website feedback. Those tools can quickly deliver the patrons' request and help us to give immediately assistance. For those who do research or study from home, we offer online classes on library use and the resources. Online self-service materials for both classes on the library website. For reducing contact with keyboard, our library discovery system, Primo, provide voice search assistance for patrons to conduct search and retrieve the result using their voice. So next, I would like to share you with the change in support of teaching, learning, and the research during the pandemic and the new normal. During the pandemic, we encourage patrons to use e-book and audio materials as much as possible to avoid visiting the library in person. We put more focus on the issue of more convenient off-campus access to e-resources, as well as copyright and fair use, if we provide digital scan of physical materials for patrons. Although some of these services were offered before the pandemic, the focus of libraries during this period has been on the expansion of this service and increase the diversity of service to meet remote users' needs. However, they become the main focus of service development in this period. The emphasis was on compensation for library service during the pandemic with various technologies. In the new normal, we accelerate procurement of more online resources, e-books, and the video stream, and focus on digitalize of spatial collections. And we use a variety of community tools such as MS Teams, Google Meet, Cisco websites for online courses. which is necessary to empower librarians on their technological ability to adapt to the rapidly and changing community tools. Thus, information and research assistance will be provided both online and on-site. After the pandemic, we focused some of the change in patrons' behavior when using the library. For example, they need a space in the library to engage with their online courses. They prefer to use their own computer in the library due to the limited number of public computers. They need more space for group discussion because the increasing trend of group learning. These changes drive us to redesign our library spaces. We increase the group and the personal study spaces. And in response to the pandemic, students change the online courses. The library can provide a safe and convenient online courses environment and equipment. In addition, the reduced number of public computers encourage students to use their own device. The library can provide screen sharing to meet the needs of students' group discussion. So rethink the physical and the virtual spaces through IT technology. In order to maintain social distance during the pandemic, we limited and reduced of the amount of equipment to use. The new normal globally was learning online. Students use their own mobile device was encouraged. So BYOD, bring your own device, include learning with the aid of mobile device such as smartphones, tablet, or laptop. Change in user behavior and the utility space means the library become a social space. Allow the user to meet informally and hold discussions. This space helps us to engage more effective and meaningful manners. Next, I will introduce the impact of two clouds in our library during the pandemic. The first cloud is our library management system, Alma. And the other one is Microsoft's cloud tools, MS365. Both are cloud service system and also create a new environment for library. Can you see the title? Working in the Cloud, New Working Model. The pandemic has become a drive force for digital transformation. Whether it is basic internal and external communication or daily office work, how to maintain normal operation and thus productivity, cloud technology applications provide excellent assistance and help to shape a new working model. The first cloud is our library management system, Elma. Fortunately, we changed the library service platform before the pandemic, since it was about time for the library information system to be replaced and to keep up with the trends. We choose a cloud-based library services platform, Elma. In order to cope with the declining student numbers and enhance competitiveness, we adopt an alumni strategy. A consortium with, known as U3, comprised of the library of 3 private universities in Taiwan, include Tankang University, Suzhou University, and the Mingchuan University. The main feature in U3 show the collection of physical and electronic bibliography in the network zone. It's deepening our partnership. On this basis, we can make a rapid and timely response to the environment change. change in service mode and the user's need. We have successfully played the role of emergency support. During the pandemic, we established partnerships through cross-institute collaboration and operations. Sustainable operation include cooperation, cataloging guideline, collaborating and sharing bibliographies, and the one-stop interlibrary loan. For continued partnership, we conduct a user-satisfied survey first, and continue to hold expert symposium and practice workshops. At present, we are doing research of future collections to foster for sharing to be more economically. Our second cloud is the introduce of Microsoft Cloud Tool MS365 by the university. For all of our library staff, MS365 is a new tool for working, learning, organizing, connecting, and creating, which simply and streamline our daily workflow. Look this, it's so many tools. So, to empower every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more, it's Microsoft's mission. And to enable the library to continue to move forward after the pandemic, our library staff apply MS365 to achieve empowerment. We empowerment to learn knowledge in a new way, such as collaboration and self-learning via crowd around table discussion, which facilitate quick learning and share in less time. Moreover, we empower to create digital connection workforce. For example, KM to cloud. We go from knowledge management system to cloud intelligent system. And second, we process improvement. Continuous optimized workflow to save time by co-editing online forms. And third, intra-portal. Provide multiple channels to improve communications, news, and announcement. The new normal represents a paradigm shift. It's a VUCA word, full of volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity in the world. When we face a paradigm shift, librarians should be more courageous and wiser when facing challenge in this generation. Instead of returning to normal, librarians will be heading to be a new normal, new thinking of work, constant facing external challenge, and collaborate studies in Zoom. And the last one, you can see our classes. This is, I will include, sorry. Inclusion, I would like to thank all our librarians. During the pandemic, we empower employees. They can create advantage for our teams. Innovation, and the innovation teams is always ready to tackle on the challenge and sustainable, doing our best for the world and the future. This is our university mode, and our libraries promise is considerate, is constantly learning, and is keeping pace with the time. So in this conclusion, we look forward to development our vision and library culture and the future, strengthening our relationship with the faculty and the students. Before the end of this sharing, allow me to use some Chinese to share. 在这疫情3年期间， 我们不只去面对了我们的疫情啊，我们提供更好的服务。那早上因为有人送了这个国图这个狄更森的啊，让我想起了《双城记》里面的开头。这是一个最好的时代，也是一个最坏的时代，是最黑暗的，也是最光明的啊，充满希望，也充满绝望。我们应有尽有，但是一无所有。好，在这样的一个蛮能呼应我们在疫情期间的哈。可是我们应用的2个云端系统，我们让在疫情期间我们的同仁的工作效率都没有减少。然后应用了 MS365，我们把我们整个过去到现在的我们的知识管理系统，我们全部云端化，然后让我们的这个行政流程呢也都云端化。所以现在我们的同仁呢是在云端共编共享我们的议程，我们的所有的资料，我们可以一起共编啊。另外呢，我们透过 MS365的 Teams， 我们从疫情期间到现在持续的在增能我们的同仁。所以呢，像这个月我们在增能的是利用每个礼拜一的下午4点40到5点，只有20分钟，我们在谈 Chat GPT。好，那在疫情期间，我们让他们认识了 HDGs 跟 ESG。好，那 So it's empowerment, right? Empowerment, innovation, and sustainability. That's all I share. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Professor Song. 谢谢宋馆长啊。First, I would like to thank 3 distinguished speakers. Although we have no QA time, but we do not run out of time. So I would like to allow our audience to raise your question. If you any question would like to ask our speakers. Actually, we have 20 minutes. In addition to the pandemic, COVID, actually we can find a few common keywords in the 3 presentations. The first one is digitization. The second one is copyright. So I would like to ask Professor Song, you mentioned copyright issue and digitalization in your slide. So how do you solve your copyright issue when you provide such kind of digitalization paper or book article to your user?
Okay. Of course, we always follow the copyright rules in our government, but we make some convenience for users. I can say something.
So, okay. So you work on the edge. Please.
Hi, 你好，你好。I'm very greedy. We have 20 minutes, right?
Sorry.
We have 20 minutes. 有20分钟是吗
Yeah,
？OK， 所以我问一两个问题好吗？听得到吗？听不到啊 ？OK， 来。OK。OK， Hello.
Yeah, it's good.
Can you hear me? Okay. So I can sing it, eh? Yeah. 除非大家跟我一起唱好吗 ？Okay. So I have a question for the 2 speakers, Julia and Thomas. And because Prof actually talked a lot about the new normal, besides talking about what changed in the pandemic. So I'm very curious for Polish and for Czech Republic libraries. what has changed in the consumption patterns, the usage patterns of your users, after the pandemic? And what have you done to respond to that? And then I have a bonus question for Julia. So I'm very curious in the Polona project, and you mentioned that the users are able to use Polona to create new objects. I'm curious what sort of objects were created in Polona. 谢谢你，主持人。
Yeah.
Is it on? Yeah. So beginning from the first question, as for the new normal, I would say that is the growing usage of the digital objects, and we see that we have less on-site users. It's also because we started the redevelopment before the pandemic, and the users weren't used to come to us because we have less space for them. So we need to convince them again to come to us again. The numbers are growing each month, but it's still, it's not the 100% of what we had before the pandemic. But as you did see, the numbers of the Polona.pl, 100%. Of users coming on site, it's like 80% of what was before. Yeah. So that would be it. And for the second question, do you ask about the Polona for libraries or Polona for scientists? I think the second one. Yeah, the second one enables to do any projects. If you're in a project that uses digital items, it enables you to use the digitized items in our digital library in an easier way. So you don't have to browse different databases, but you can just use our one database.
New objects from the collection. I'm curious what sort of objects were created from Polona. Okay, moving on to Thomas.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you for the question. I will very briefly. The amount of the physical loans decreased. The amount of the physical visitors after the pandemic decreased, but this year or the year 2022 is big higher than it was the year before. The amount of the documents which are used in the digital way increased for more than 500%. And we established a lot of new services concerning e.g. the remote registration. So before the COVID, it was strictly mandatory to come to the library to sign and receive the card, etc., etc. Nowadays, it's very common that we use, I don't know, e-governmental services, bank identity, and other management for the new library users. And if I count the numbers, more users, more new users are coming via this remote registration than the physical registration. It's the answer to your question. Or I have to talk 20 minutes.
12 minutes 啊 ，Yeah， 你要不要我延长一下？
要不要机会先让给别人，然后还有时间就留给你。好。
A question is more comment or joining the conversation, because I think you really raise an important question that I think all of us have to tackle with. What new objects do we create with these rich collections that we offer? And basically, I can just sort of say, speculate a little bit on that. I can say what we're doing in Germany on that. And it's right now, it's not really that you can, in Germany at least, create new objects, but there's a huge program underway. It's called the National Research Data Infrastructure. German National Library is part of one of, or several of the big consortia there dealing with text. And it would mean that everyone, researchers, but the broad public as well. They can not only read the text, they can make linked data out of it, they can do named entity recognition, they can tag it to authority files, they can even write new text in it, comment on it, and then save that back to the infrastructure. That's the vision. There are some tools out there. Yeah, I think Polonia goes in that direction, I think, yeah. Because we all go in that direction. I think it's a question if we can take that to a global interoperable dimension. I'm not quite sure about that. It would be nice, but if I see how complex that is even in Germany, and on every slide of this national data infrastructure consortia, you have that, it's global, and it's the European Open Science Cloud, and every cloud you can imagine. But if you really look at the tools and you're on the ground, I'm not so sure about that. So we have a lot of way to go in that direction, but definitely I think it's the way to go, that you have this interactivity in this whole environment, and that people not only can read those collections, but they really can work with it, what we call, you can work together on knowledge. In German we call it, I have to say it again, Leslie, gemeinsame Wissensarbeit. So it's working together on knowledge. Yeah, that's the slogan. Yeah, I told that, Leslie. Sorry.
If I may add something to Frank, not in Czech, because you know German is maybe easier than Czech. I have a proof of concept concerning the data reuse. I will be talking about Web Archive, Web Archive content. We started, I don't know, 3-4 years ago, the joint project with the Faculty of Cybernetics and the Institute of Sociology of the Czech Academy of Science, how to work with such a big data, because as I mentioned, we are talking about 12 billion of files. And we create something called intermediary formats, and we involve the researchers for these partners directly to the project frame. And now we know pretty exactly, and the sociologists know pretty exactly, and also the experts in cybernetics and coders know pretty exactly how to work together, because you know the input of the coders was some scripts, some codes, some environment, how to work with such a big amount of data. We are the content providers, because libraries are always the content providers. And the researchers from the area of sociology were responsible to prepare some ground questions, how to reuse the Web Archive content. And then if this mixed together, it makes sense, and this content is easily reusable. So there is something how you can make. It's about the cooperation, it's about the knowledge sharing, and it's about the expertise from the various part of the human being life.
Any question? Okay, please.
I have one question for Director General Thomas Fortin. In your presentation, you mentioned the solution were not pleased the publisher, and you also mentioned some European copyright issues. I think all the libraries situation are facing the same challenge, the tension between publisher. Would you elaborate more? Thank you. Or I think that problem confronted all the director general in every national libraries, and I would love to hear what all of you think about how to solve the problem.
You know, to solve a problem on the international level is uneasy, because, you know, there are some local legislation rules and also some processes internally in the different countries. But as I have the ground information in my presentation, it's about the communication. It's necessary to talk with the copyright holders, it's necessary to talk with the association of the publishers, booksellers, etc., because, as I mentioned, we need to be good partners. Because without any production, there will be nothing to sell, nothing to store in the libraries. Without the libraries, there will be no way how to educate the nation. Without the booksellers, the people won't be able to buy the books and read the novels. So it's a cycle. So it's the question of the communication, and the copyright is, of course, a terrific issue. But if you can if you can describe in detail what do you exactly want, that there is not to be afraid about the activities of the libraries, you find some licensed way how to describe it, and finally find some budget to cover it. It's win-win-win situation for everybody. So that's my message.
Okay, thank you everyone joining this session.
Thank you to our presenters and chair. We have an unexpected Q&A session, but it was nice. Now we will have an extra 5 minutes more tea break time. So we will have a 15-minute break. Please enjoy our tea and coffee outside, but kindly refrain from bringing them inside. Thank you. Oh, I see one is coming. Okay, so we have been delayed for 6 minutes. Sorry about that. We have some technical issue of our presenter's PowerPoint at the last minute, but it's solved already. Welcome back to our final session of the day. For this session, Smart Technology Leading Libraries into a New World of Service. We are very pleased to invite University Librarian Professor Ziheng Qiu from Taipei Medical University, who is also the president of the Interlibrary Cooperation Association, to be the chair for us. Welcome, Dr. Qiu.
Thank you. Okay. They say I must wait for 3 seconds to get the voice. Okay, good afternoon. Welcome back to section 2. I'm Ziheng Qiu from Taipei Medical University, and it is my honor to be the chair of this section. On behalf of Interlibrary Cooperation Association, we'd like to say happy birthday to National Central Library. And this section is about how the library applies smart technology to provide the new services. And we will have 3 distinguished speakers. And I would like to introduce the first one. The first speaker is Director General of Yang Anderson, right? I try my best. And she is the Director General of National Library of Estonia. And according to the bio data in our conference books, her education background is library science and business administration, right? And she has been served as the head of the National Library since 2008. Yeah, it's a long term, 3 term of the National Library General Director. And let's give a big welcome to our first speaker. And that's it. Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm honored and pleased for the opportunity to attend this conference. Dear colleagues from the National Central Library, please accept sincere congratulations from Estonia on your anniversary. And now, allow me to take you on a short journey to visit one of world's not most advanced, but one of world's digital societies. This is Estonian ones. Estonia is a small country, and that has given us a great advantage. Here are some basic facts about Estonia. So, lot of islands, lot of lakes, lot of rivers, and only 1.3 million people. And only 1 million people are speaking Estonian language in this world. Estonia is one of the most thinly populated countries in Europe. It is mostly flat land. The highest peak is the Great Egg Hill with its 318 meters only. And over 50% of the country is covered with forest. So, and Estonians take pride in one of the biggest collections of folk songs in the world. We have written records of about 133,000 folk songs. We sing them at our famous song festivals that gather up to 100,000 people. And this is what you see now on this slide. A slide is maybe the basis of Estonian identity. This is singing. But now about Smart Estonia. One of our innovation flagship has been Skype, that has invented in Estonia in 2003, by the way, by Estonian developers, even though the company was owned by Swedes. About 20% of the population have a personal gene map, providing hints about risks related to health. The Estonian Genome Center aims to integrate the collected data into everyday medical practice. Nearly all our public services are available online. And now, please join me on a short tour to e-Estonia. In 1991, after 50 years of foreign domination, Estonia returned to the map of Europe. The new democracy had limited legacy technology and practically no corresponding resources. Yet policymakers understood that starting from scratch is a unique opportunity. The following years saw a wide range of innovative initiatives, low-cost, cutting-edge systems based on accessibility and efficiency. And in 1996, our first president of a re-independence period, Mr. Lennart Meri, proclaimed the Tiger Leap initiative, whose aim was to build a countrywide IT infrastructure development program and to establish computer skills as a priority in schools. That initiative put a start to e-Estonia. In the following 5 years, all Estonian schools were supplied with new computers, broadband internet connection, and the necessary software. Over 11,000 teachers received IT training. The tiger leap became the synonym of Estonia's IT revolution. Next landmarks soon followed. Just to name the most significant ones. In 1996, the first e-banking services were developed and offered by private banks. In 2000, the e-tax board was launched. Today, it is used by 98% of citizens, and it takes about 3 minutes to declare your taxes online. Since 2000, we have been using the M-parking service. Today, 95% of parking fees are paid via mobile phones. The year 2002 brought a significant innovation, the electronic ID and digital signature. This is a digital identification which is based on the mandatory ID card and aims to securely identify residents who use public and private e-services. Today, 98% of Estonians have an ID card. Digital signatures save 2% of GDP annually. The electronic ID has made it possible to offer a vast amount of services online by enabling secure authentication. Just to mention some, 99% of medical prescriptions are handled online. Digital medical records are available online. It is possible to vote online, and during our parliamentary elections this spring, this March, more than 50% of voters took advantage of it. Estonia has been a pathfinder in public sector e-services. Today, our state services are 99% online and available 24/7. Services that cannot be used on a smartphone are doomed to fail. This has been a national background for the development of library services in Estonia. The entire library network in Estonia is currently undergoing an extensive transformation with the aim of rethinking the library service in the digital context, so that it would be uniform and easily available to all, using the advantages of a small country. The National Library of Estonia, as the leader of the country's library network, aims to develop projects that benefit all libraries in the country. A number of projects have already been put into practice. Some are in the works, and there are plenty of ideas. The physical environment of the National Library of Estonia is also transforming. Our library building is under renovation and will, according to plans, reopen in 2026, furnished with state-of-the-art technology and flexible possibilities for co-creation and individual work. We are open to everything new. And here on this slide you can see our library building and vision of renovated reading rooms and terrace. Allow me now to introduce some of our recent projects. Along with online collections, readers actively use traditional collections. Those availability can also be improved in a novel manner. Our innovation projects project Books on the Move set out to modernize the lending service and encourage better use of physical book collections of Estonian libraries. We organized an extensive promotion campaign where one of our popular musicians introduced the new service. You can see him in this video clips demonstrating that the service can be used anywhere. So we created a digital platform that is called Mirko. This is abbreviation from Estonian words Minu raamatukogu, which means my library. And this can be easily used both in computers and in mobile devices. Mirko currently uses the catalogs of 34 libraries, public libraries. We have more than 500 public libraries in Estonia. After having found the desired book of a Mirko website, the user simply clicks borrow without having to consider the location of a book. An algorithm picks the most fitting copy across all participating library holdings. With the help of our logistic partner, the book is then delivered to the user either to a parcel locker or directly home by courier. This service is the first step to make the broader library network serve as a home library for each user. This new service was launched in September last year, and since launch, nearly 2,000 books have been ordered from almost every municipality in Estonia. So, yeah. Just a couple of months ago in February, we launched another service on the same platform, Mirko, the lending of e-publications. The service offers e-books, e-newspapers, e-magazines, and also audiobooks. All of them can be used free of charge by all people who have the Estonian personal identification code, no matter where the user is located. In addition to being available via the web from computers and smart devices, a separate mobile application is available both for Apple and Android, allowing e-publications to be used even without the internet connection. The service also takes account of the needs of schools to support learning and the needs of people with disabilities. For example, the blind and visually impaired can use the speech synthesizer and have the e-books read to them. It is worth mentioning that this lending service is available also to Estonian e-residents. Estonia launched its e-residency program in 2014 to attract international businesses and talents. When you become an e-resident, you can start a company 100% online, run your European Union business remotely, and use Estonian public e-services. E-residency is the first digital nation for global citizens. The number of e-residents is steadily increasing. Currently, there are over 84,000 e-residents. And both lending services have enjoyed a warm welcome, particularly the e-publications lending, which received over 4,400 users in the first week after launch. We believe both services have great potential, considering that total number of loans from Estonian libraries. The total number annually is 12 million loans from our libraries. The statistical figures may seem quite modest, but I would like to stress that Estonia's population is only 1.3 million, and our publishing market is very small compared to large countries. The National Library of Estonia is also an active player in the national digital strategies. The development of a digital society in our country is covered by Estonia's Digital Agenda 2030, which has set 3 main objectives, among them improvement of digital government. It means the use of digital solutions in the public sector, including artificial intelligence, as well as life and business event-based proactive services. To improve the digital government, Estonia in 2018 prepared the strategy for the use of AI and launched the project of AI services. The concept of organizing public services in the era of AI was named bureaucrat, like bureaucracy, and the first results of this project are already available. In the future, bureaucrat will be a network of compatible public and private sector AI solutions. The network consists of chatbots that are available on the websites of public sector institutions and enabled to use public services with virtual assistants. The chatbots will allow a person to choose the communication channel, if it's chat or SMS or email, phone or voice assistant, and to get everything they need in one communication session. So, please meet the bureaucrat. Subtitles. But the sound? Sound? We need sound also. With sound is much more better.
Bureaucrat. I'm not sure what there is to talk about, really. What's so special about it anyway? All right. Bureaucrat is merely the official AI-based virtual assistant of Estonia. Honestly, it doesn't do anything that remarkable. Actually, it mostly does completely mundane and sometimes even boring stuff, such as applying for a permit, renewing your identification, or reporting lost documents, applying for family benefits, or borrowing a book for school, standing up for consumer rights, dealing with a fender bender, notifying of vaccinations, identifying mushrooms, and 1,000 other boring things. Now that you've listened to all this, you're probably wondering what you will do with all the free time on your hands. Well, who would know? Who would know?
It's the perfect weather for a day at the beach. I'd recommend taking the electric scooter and hopping on a bus.
With the help of eEstonia's virtual assistant Bureaucrat, you won't lose any more time solving everyday problems. Pick your preferred device to interact with Bureaucrat and get everything done through one communication channel.
How can I help you?
So, our library is currently the only library in Estonia who was joined this national AI project. We undertook to develop and test a prototype of a chatbot to provide the basic information service that would enable to save the time of librarians and extend the service to 24/7. The Chatbot reads questions submitted via chat and answers them according to certain set patterns. It also reads questions submitted via voicebot and provides voiced answers. If a chatbot fails to understand the question or the user does not wish to communicate with the chatbot, it forwards the question to an information specialist on duty. Our chatbot works in Estonian and in English. VoiceBot only in Estonian for the beginning. In a couple of months, the chatbot will be interfaced with our library's brand new websites and is ready to serve our users. On the slide, you can see the current chat window available on our website, and above it is the logo of a new chatbot that is part of a national system and has a unified design. Our other AI projects have been related to automatic text tagging and focused on books and articles. The use of manpower for text tagging has some clear disadvantages. Firstly, employee-created tags to reflect the content might not be the most suitable or logical to a user. Secondly, it is too resource-intensive. And thirdly, it is difficult to ensure that all publications on the same topic are always tagged consistently. Therefore, we launched 2 projects to create a prototype that would help automate the content analysis and tagging publications. Automated tagging would also support the development of Estonian language technologies, reduce expenses, increase speed, and ensure the objectivity and consistency of tags. The project results showed that tags created by AI received higher assessment from users than from librarians, which reflects that the expectations and needs of its user groups are a bit different. Some tags which librarians considered irrelevant provided notable additional information to users. This proves that AI is capable of creating tags that meet users' expectations. The business analysis of both projects indicated that it would be practical to create one central tagging tool for the whole country that would support both the cloud solution for all memory institutions and also the specific needs of separate organizations. But the plans of the state for improving digital government are even more ambitious. Future aim to provide basic services automatically without requiring the initiative of a citizen. The Estonian Information Society Development Plan 2020 set out to develop event-based services that are invisible and cross-authority. Citizens must be able to take care of their needs with one contact and always automatically, if possible. For this purpose, various different single services will be grouped together into one smooth life service or business event service. In the case of citizen, life events are for example going to school, getting the right to drive, getting married, getting divorced, birth of a child, being unemployed, etc. Some services are already working. For example, when a child is born, the maternity hospital gives the child a personal identification code, then sends the birth info to the health insurance fund who grants the child insurance cover. in terms of library services, the National Library is taking first steps in designing new library services in the context of event-based services. This concept is the basis for the project of a new single library system for Estonian libraries who currently use 3 different systems. The new system would avoid duplication and also enable to automatically inform our users of library services that they may not be aware of. With compatible data sets, children and their parents will receive automatic notifications of library services appropriate for their child. For example, assistance in finding the literature and research sources the child needs. People with disabilities and dyslexic people will receive information about services meant for them. People with limited digital skills are notified of the training courses and other help libraries can provide. Of course, there are important issues to be considered in the planning process. For example, the legal grounds for using state data sets and the channels for providing the services. To sum up my presentation, the digital era has opened up many opportunities. It seems that the whole world is at hand, but we are also living in a state of multiple crises, and one of the most concerning of them is related to mental health. People live side by side in large cities, yet many feel lonely and neglected. Experts consider that libraries can offer some help here. Every 2 years, our country publishes the Estonian Human Development Report, a collection compiled by researchers and experts who treat issues that are topical for the society. This year's report was dedicated to mental health. The chief editor of the report wrote that in the 21st century, their loneliness is one of the most serious epidemics. It could be libraries who bring people together again. Modern libraries are places meant for being together. There are areas of silence, but there are also areas for socializing and co-creation. In addition to offering all the advantages of a digital world, libraries should also offer their physical space and become community centers. That would help maintain our mental health and stay happy in the age of digital transformation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So thank you, Director General Anderson. I love the digital government video a lot. Okay.
And now I have one very important thing to say. On behalf of the National Library of Estonia, I would like to say happy birthday to the National Central Library.
Thank you.
And we have a small gift from Estonia with warmest wishes from our colleagues. Can we?
你们谁要上去？他们现在要送，你要等一下。Okay, so the Director General Zheng is not here right now, so maybe we can arrange this agenda later. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Okay, so we are going to have the second talk first. Okay. Okay. Okay, so our second speaker is Professor Renatus Gustus, right? Okay, and he is the director of Martinus Matheson's National Library of Lithuania, and he has been the National Library's General Director since 2010, and his education background is library science and social science. And today his topic of the speech is the concept of the National Library, building a knowledge space of that create value. Let's give a big welcome.
Several words. Happy birthday to National Library. All the best, and thank you for invitation. And now, before my presentation, it will be in PowerPoint, boring. It is afternoon, so I will try to improve a little bit your last hour during this conference. I would like to show a short video which was made in 2017 when we reopened our National Library after long years, 8 years reconstruction. So colleagues, please help me. Thank you very much. So in this video, we were trying to show you, let's say, I have told it's old video already, 5 years old, but what happened? During 5 years, we have had pandemic, we have had transformation of libraries, we had a lot of beautiful presentations, and now we have new models of library, post-pandemic library activities. My intention is to speak not only about library as about service provider, but about library as national value creator, national library as proactive national memory institution. Of course, it's impossible to do from presentation academic lecture, and I will not try to do it, but several intentional strategic directions I would like to comment. First of all, when we were trying to reposition our library, we were thinking about library as the most important social institution of social infrastructure, about institution which is during times of crisis not part of the problem, but part of the solution. So that's why it was necessary to rethink our model from the point of view of strategic innovation. We can call it like killer application. We need to disrupt ourselves. We need to disrupt our institutions in order to positively disrupt society. Environmental context. About organizational digital transformation we have heard a lot, but part of digital economy and new value creation is also one of priorities of digital transformation of organizations. And that's all, but you can see it's a huge study which was made concerning economy number five concept, and we are trying to fit our ideas into general content of this strategic direction. In order to think about our mission, about vision, and to rethink it, we are fixing our major priorities. Not only culture in broad context, but also education, science, and even economy, because libraries could be, especially scientific research libraries, national libraries, could be one of major contributors of countries' competitive economic advantage in general. In order to transform such kind of organization, we need to use relevant strategies, and strategies difficult, but difficult to realize, but simple to understand. It is strategy-focused organization. It means we need to mobilize change through executive leadership. We don't need just normal library leaders. We need library high flyers in order to create exceptional national digital infrastructure. We need to make strategy continual process, to make strategy everyone's everyday job, to align organization to the strategy, and to translate strategy to operational terms, to everyday life. So that's all, but it's a huge concept under this slide. Of course, we were studying together with Microsoft Research Faculty some models, and one of model was this one. Here you can see scientific domain. It means we are trying to fix what is going on in science in order to regenerate workflow layers. And what we have now, before we had human-computer interaction, now we have web science human interaction in general. So everything is developing very rapidly. We had data management, now we have big data management. We have artificial intelligence, information and knowledge management, etc., etc. So, and all those things need to be realized as part of strategic library model. Our vision is ambitious. To become integral part of country's progress in information policy via parliamentary library. Also culture, education, science, and economy, as it was told according to our priorities. And mission to serve. The word to serve in this context is related to value. To serve as space for knowledge that creates value for Lithuanian society. I'm repeating a little bit: economy, science, education, culture. Just later I will speak more about science, education, and culture, but our last adventure was Expo 2020. We have been participating in Dubai in Lithuanian exposition, and our object was done by culture and creative industries together with professionals from National Library, creative industries, and it was very successful evaluation. So it was first, but I think not last attempt. In order to do quite complicated things, we have created a very good team, very professional team, which combines young professionals, but also any specialist of any age, because limit is not age, limit is competence. You can be very, very young and very incompetent. You can be a little bit advanced, but in age, but you can be very necessary for innovative organization. Here you can see our understanding of organizational chart. What does it mean? It means that vision, mission, and strategic goals are most important, and inside we have like model of integrated model of functional and project activities. Downstairs you see organizational resources, it departments. When I came to the library, we had something like 50 departments. After 2 years, we had 25 departments. Now we have about 20. It is flexible organization with less functional leaders, but more mobile, more dynamic. We have, of course, strategic map of National Library of Lithuania, in which every part is related to value creation. Now about value for science and research fields, because according to Lithuanian law, we are major countries, not only national, but major countries, public research and parliamentary library. So according to this major priorities, we are trying to give value. For parliament, state institutions, business and innovation sectors, we have department from 30-40 information, highest level information analytics, and it's very quick, very operative and quality-oriented information, which is also created together with video production. It's very popular for state decision maker, for parliamentary committees, for president office, for governmental ministries. We are working especially closely with Ministry of National Security, Ministry of Interior, Ministry of Public Administration, and local governments, and also international relations. Now we have started 2 years ago, probably. We have started, it's already not very new, but it's very promising, and we already have very good results. In creative industries, we have team of 6-7 good professionals who are working directly with not only with creative industries associations, but also with highest level associations of Europe. I was talking about projects and about functional activities, how it relates. I was talking about 2017 as about start of our restart of our library, and you can see we have restarted, winning several very important projects for 25 million euros. It's for a small country like Lithuania, 3 million country. It's a huge amount. And at the end of 21, we have created Lithuanian Integral Information System for libraries, also virtual e-heritage system for 24 institutions, including libraries, but not accepting, it was also radio and television, memory institutions, universities, etc., etc. And public internet access points as infrastructure for 10 million euros, something like that. Now, because we were successful at the end of this year, we won one more competition. It was among 12 possible implementers. We were one who was selected as the major, and now we have 36 million euros responsibility, because it's like e-culture, like one window for all e-culture products, all e-culture institutions, all digital, national digital infrastructure. We are not, how to tell you, I don't know this word, like in German is Angst. Somebody can you help me? Angst. What does it mean? Angst. In English. Fear. Okay, we don't have fear. We don't have fear because nobody is ready in Lithuania to do this ambitious project in 3 years. But we will try, and I hope that we will be successful again. Doing such kind of huge projects, huge scale projects, we are building smart Vilnius city in general, with smart national library. It's just popular wording, but it includes right tendencies like creative city, learning city, human city, knowledge city. You all know all those brave names, but indeed we are realizing step by step this ambitious vision. Of course, during pandemic, we have created a working model 24/7 national library at home, and it's working, and results are very, very high. Well, you have seen our TV studio. We were maybe one of first libraries who has in the world TV studio, because it was not very possible to explain for government or for somebody why National Library needs professional TV studio. But, well, we had permission, and after that this TV studio helps us so much that we are helping many governmental institutions and public bodies a lot. And also we are fulfilling our mission in better quality. Makerspace, of course, we have makerspace like every normal library, but it was also one of first attempts, and I think Asia it was in 2018 or 19 IFLA. This makerspace was recognized as best. A lot of people are coming, it's very popular, young generation, and you can see just some real pictures. Our library, we are calling sometimes life library, because it's a library for people. We have enough space, but sometimes we are doing hackathons for 600-700 people for 48 hours, and it works. Computer game hackathons, for example, and other events. During 1 year, we have 1,500 events in our library. We are using also stairs if it's necessary, like amphitheater. People just like to feel free, to be free. Many of you have visited this library, and I think you had accepted quite good human feeling inside. Well, when it was 100 years anniversary in 2019, it's bikers community. They decided to make us presentation, and they created a project called Cultural Touristic Rally. In 1 day, 1,000 bikers went through Lithuania, and they visited 100 cultural objects in celebrating National Library anniversary. It was not a requested project, it was just public initiative. Well, we are very active in cultural diplomacy, political communication, and here you can see Prime Minister's former of Latvia, of Estonia, also National Library Director Andris Vilks of Latvia. When it was also one of the major events in our library. Here we are making like the Suns, Locarno, Switzerland. It's cinema festival. In the center you can see President of Switzerland. We have participated already 3 times. This 50% team of National Library and 50% team of creative industry of Lithuania representatives. And we are not making any movies or something, but we are doing cultural program during festival. Well, we have famous Judaica Center, one of most famous in Europe and in the world. And here you can see one of visitors. He visited twice our library because he has found Benjamin Netanyahu. He has found interesting things from his childhood in our library. We are very active in the field of not only cultural diplomacy, but I cannot call it diplomacy, but it's Ukraine, delegation from Ukraine, and we have started this cooperation from 2014 when war has started, because it was from 2014 from Crimea. And during those years, something like 50 many events related to Ukraine and Lithuania projects, joint projects, have been done by team of National Library. Here we can see part of our cultural diplomacy events, state leaders, also United States representatives. Next month we are opening in our library America Center, one more point for culture diplomacy, not only cultural, but also political. Just we were very proud when after pandemic, I don't have data about pandemic, we were working like every library in the world, very actively, but from public institutions, we were selected as #1 and received award. Our team received award of gratitude for public spirit, so because help for society was indeed very, very huge. Now, then last slides, just for promotion, just like conclusion. Free entry, of course, modern space, a lot of meaningful events. We are trying to imitate, of course, British Library model. We were trying to imitate. It's impossible to do very, very exactly what they are doing, because it's different size, different ambition. But we had cooperation agreement at the beginning of our activities with British Library, and we have used some ideas in order to do right things in our library. We have a hub for big data analytics, for startups, for financial risk management, advanced biotechnologies, creative industries, etc. And attractive place to meet, place for inner creator, for little ones and school-age children, because in our among our departments, one of most important is department for child and youth. Environment, just some visuals. We have been selected by many architectural commissions as good example, and we were winners of many competitions. Among them, one was nomination for Public Architecture International Space Design Award idea tops China 2017. It's not for promotion, but our most valuable intelligence isn't artificial. Most important person here is a lady who is ambassador of Sweden, and it's a right example of our cultural diplomacy, because they have initiated creation of Swedish corner for young Lithuanian citizens according to Swedish public library model. That's all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kutauskas, for his wonderful speech. And I enjoy the 10 reasons why you should visit National Library. I think all of the National Library in the world need to have the reason to attract people to come. Okay, and the third speaker is Mr. Enche Pong. He is the Chief Executive Officer of National Library Board, Singapore. Before serving the National Library Board, he has more than 25 years of experience in the public service, and his education background is engineering and business administration. Let's give a big welcome to Mr. Enche Pong.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you can hear me. Yes, thank you, thank you. Maybe before I plunge into the presentation proper, maybe let me just take a minute to express my gratitude to Zhen Guanzang and her many colleagues at the National Central Library, Guotu, right, for I think the warm hospitality that has been extended to us over the last few days since we arrived, and also for organizing and creating such a platform where we can share and also learn from one another. Thank you very much. I've named my presentation today X Factor, right? Not because I'm going to talk about the TV program, the popular TV program, and certainly not because I'm going to sing or dance, right? What I'm going to do today is I'm going to tell a story. I'm going to tell a story about why we decided to disrupt ourselves, our libraries and archives, and how we are going about doing so systematically and with some trepidation. And the story will be told through 4 X's, 4X. And we hope that at the end of this transformation, right, we will be able to not only retain, but strengthen the X factor in our libraries and archives. So let me go straight in with just some brief background. For us, there are 3 lines of business. I think we're fairly unique in that. We have the public libraries, the National Library, and the National Archives, and they're all part of the National Library Board. There are many stats, quite a few stats here. What is pertinent today, for today's presentation, is that in any 12-month period, somewhere between 60 to 70% of the resident population are served by the National Library Board Singapore in one way or another. Right. So now let me plunge straight in. I'm stating the obvious here, that we're living in an era of technological disruptions. And I think when we started out on this, we said, well, yes, but maybe there is a difference. So we looked back. Well, in the 80s, we had computerization. 90s, the internet. 2000, it was the mobile phone, and subsequently it was the smartphone, right? But when we look back, at any point in time, there was a dominant technology that was disrupting us, and we were able to manage it. But today, it seems like there's a confluence of big technologies that are shaping our lives. There's AI, machine learning, there's big data, there's Internet of Things, machine-to-machine interactions, there's robotics, genome sequencing. So this confluence of technologies, I think, caused us to pause. The doomsday predictions around the demise of libraries are not new. I think we've been far more resilient as institutions. That's why we've survived hundreds and thousands of years. But the question, I think, is if the disruptions are quite different, caused by that confluence of technology, will the outcome be different this time around? And really, this is the first X I'm going to talk about, the interaction between technology and business, right? The business models, we mean. So what we did when we started out on this, and that was part of our thinking around how we would draw up our next 5-year plan, the Libraries and Archives Blueprint 2025, we started by asking ourselves, well, if we look externally into the external environment, what are the industries that have been disrupted? And we saw, well, almost every industry has been disrupted in one way or another. And then we ask ourselves, are there specific industries that we should zoom in? Industries that are quite similar to ourselves, right? And industries, and when we do that, then what we want to understand is, what are the big trends in those industries? Who are the winners in those industries? And how are they winning? Why are they winning? So that was the lens that we took. And we decided, and this is really the second X, as we looked into business, right? We decided that these were the two industries we would focus on. I think content, fairly straightforward, because really libraries and archives are in the content business, right? But we cast it a bit more broadly, not just as libraries and archives, but a broader content industry, including the likes of Netflix, the likes of social media, the likes of Spotify. Retail, I think fairly similar to us. We chose retail because the metrics that are used to measure success are fairly similar. For us, it's always been around visitorship loans, right? So that there are good, strong parallels with what happens in the retail industry, because they're really measured by the number of people who step into the stores, the footfall. They're also measured by sales. And so we decided we will do a deep dive into these two industries. And let me go through quite briefly some of the top line findings that we found for ourselves. So first, retail. Well, the first point is, I think, fairly apparent to all of us, particularly accelerated by the pandemic. E-commerce has taken off in a big way, globally, right? But what was interesting is that as a result of e-commerce, the winners are the platform players, the likes of Amazon, the likes of Alibaba. And of course, I don't need to talk too much about that. Within e-commerce itself, people are increasingly making the transactions on their mobile devices, the handphones, the iPads, etc. Right. But what was most interesting for us for the retail industry was that the winners were not focused on just one channel. It was not just about Amazon selling more through its online platform. Amazon went into the brick and mortar business, just as the brick and mortar retailers decided to move into digital. What was interesting for us, though, was that it was not about more channels. It was not a multi-channel approach. It was really an omni-channel approach, right? So what does it mean for an omni-channel experience? And we looked at several examples, and one quite clearly was when Amazon went into brick and mortar, how did it execute its brick and mortar? It didn't try to replicate existing brick and mortar retailers. What it did was that it used its strength in the online business, figured out what value it could extract from the online business, and applied it to the brick and mortar business. It asked itself, how do I, in running a brick and mortar business, add value to my customers? And they basically tried to disrupt the brick and mortar business. And they did so. I mean, these are some ways that they did so. It was a tap-in, operatorless model, right, where if you enter the Amazon Go store, and quite importantly, the stock that's carried in there is shaped by what the data that they derive from the online platform. They knew what people preferred. They knew how much to stock based on those data. So this is sort of the high-level findings for us from the retail industry. On the content industry, okay, I mean, the obvious thing which is not stated here is that content consumption patterns have really shifted a lot, particularly in the last 5 years. Increasingly, video is preferred. The video format is preferred, right? And that's driven partly by the emergence of likes of YouTube and TikTok, particularly among the young, where they consume a lot of the content as video format. And even in the video sort of segment, video content segment, we see that the traditional players, the cable TV players, were losing market share. They were losing market share with the emergence of people like Netflix, like Disney+, like Amazon Prime. Okay? Because these new players were disrupting the business, they were investing in content creation because they were giving much more agency to viewers. As viewers, we could view the content anytime, anywhere, and on any device. That was big for us. Oops, sorry about that. But what was most interesting about the content business, and this we felt had huge ramifications for us, was that the winners in this content industry increasingly were not those that relied solely on the search business. People are moving towards the discovery business, and the discovery is data-driven, where the players use data to make personalized recommendations to individuals. The specific examples are Netflix. I think for many of us are Netflix viewers, and for many of us, right, actually what we view on Netflix is not based on search. It's based on what comes up in the first 2 pages. Right? It is, and the first 2 pages are because of what we have watched or what people like us enjoy watching. Right? And it applies not just to videos, it applies to music as well with Spotify. So that was a huge takeaway for us, because libraries and archives traditionally are organized as search business. We try to amass as big a collection as we can and try to perfect that search engine. So we felt that if this was a fundamental shift in content creation, or content consumption patterns, we are in trouble if we are not in the discovery business. And we had to ask ourselves, what do we do about this? So these were the big takeaways, and that's where we started talking about how do we disrupt ourselves. Obviously, we don't want to throw the baby out the bathwater. We wanted to do this in a thoughtful manner. We wanted to do this in contained pilots, and then in a creative manner, right, make progress along the way. Since this topic is about technology, I thought I should just point out that, yes, we do use technology extensively in our operations. I believe many of you have come up to me to say you've visited the system in Singapore, know how we use technology, and this is just one example of us using a shelf-reading robot. So what this robot does is that it works very hard for us. Usually at night, when the libraries are closed, it goes through all our shelves, help read the books, identify books that are misplaced, so that when our colleagues step in the next day, they have a full list of books that are misplaced. They know where to go to find these books. They can pull them out so that we can better serve our customers. But we agree that while these sort of innovations are important, it's insufficient because it does not transform the user experience. It certainly doesn't address the trends that I pointed out, our learnings from the retail and from the content industry. And this is really the basis for our blueprint. We issued in October 2021. We decided that while we were clear about where we wanted to be headed in terms of our North Stars, that this was very much a journey and that there will be twists and turns along this journey. So we positioned this as one of a journey of experimentation and innovation. We also were quite cognizant that we couldn't go it alone, that we needed partners. We needed partners to work with us on this. So when we issued the blueprint, we issued it as an invitation to partners to work with us and co-create the final product together. So I won't go through a lot of this in detail because much of it I think is literature we put out there. But I just want to briefly talk about these 4 roles that we identified were important for us as our North Stars. So in terms of a learning marketplace, we felt that for us, we wanted to create this vibrant learning marketplace to support lifelong learning. Right? We learned from Amazon in that we felt that we don't need to have everything in our collection, that we could be some sort of learning GPS, where you could come to us, start off the journey with us, but we may not have everything. But what we can do is we can point you to other resources. So if you're interested in learning about, say, artificial intelligence, we can help you get started along this journey. But if you wanted to go much deeper, maybe the best place to go to perhaps is to go to a university and pursue a course there, and we can help make recommendations like that. In terms of Singapore storytellers, what we want to do really is that we want to draw on the vast collection that we have, particularly in the National Library and the National Archives, to tell stories. And to tell stories not in the traditional formats. I mean, we believe that books, exhibitions have their place, but because of this shift in content consumption patterns, we felt it was quite important for us to be telling stories in video formats as well. And that's where we've been putting a fair bit of emphasis on. But we also felt that for the Singapore storyteller role, if we ourselves were the only storyteller in town, we would have failed. What we really needed to do is we needed to excite people, to encourage people, to enable people to use our content to tell stories as well. And we wanted to create a platform for them to put these stories on and to share the stories. In terms of informed citizenry, I think you've heard about this, particularly this morning in Rodi's presentation, about the prevalence of misinformation and disinformation. And I think libraries really have a role in, I believe, not just imparting information literacy skills to our patrons, but also helping to provide content that helps patrons make decisions, that helps patrons make this a habit. so that they check sources, they are clear about what to do when they are overwhelmed with this deluge of information. In terms of the equalizer role, I think you heard Yana talk about it earlier, that the traditional library role is about raising literacy, particularly among young children from disadvantaged backgrounds. Right? But we believe that libraries can play more than that. We believe that libraries, certainly in the Singapore context, we believe that we want to be inclusive libraries, and therefore we want to make sure we serve persons with disability. And we are cognizant that, within that community, there are many types of disabilities, and we really want to make them comfortable in the library. We also decided that for the equalizer role, we should focus on digital literacy. So not just literacy, but digital literacy. And I'll talk briefly about that right at the end. So with that in mind, what I'll focus my presentation on today is to talk about our channel strategy, how the learnings that we have shaped our thinking on our channels, how we think about our different channels, and I will end off with talking about the human factor or digital inclusion. So let me plunge straight in. This is the third X, okay, the third X, our channel strategy. I'll start off from the top corner on hubs. That's the traditional physical touch points, right? So in Singapore, we have 29 public libraries. We have 1 national library, 1 national archive. Okay, and I will go in anti-clockwise direction. I'll come back to hubs again. But let me talk about first nodes. Right? So what are nodes? Well, we started out quite similar to, I think, what Rolly and Yana had talked about. I think, Rolly, you used everyone. I think, Yana, you use all. So we said, yes, we serve 60 to 70% of the resident population every year. But what about the remaining 30 to 40%? How do we break into that market? And we said that, well, yes, we've tried physical touch points for a long time. We've never quite cracked it. But what if we use technology to create smaller versions of libraries and deliver services? Right? And what could we do with that? So that was our concept of nodes. And when we stretch our imagination, we said that nodes could take different form. So on the left there, we fondly call this the different shirt sizes, right? So we said, well, actually nodes could take different sizes, comes with different cost, right? But if we can sort of figure out the right sort of configuration, maybe we can reach that 30 to 40%, right? And these are some of the pilots that we have tried along the way. I won't talk through all of them, but I do want to highlight that, say, for retail stores. So what we did was that we decided to create a wall of haikus, these Japanese poems. So we worked with this Japanese retailer, Muji. I believe they're in Taiwan as well, right? So we worked with them to create this wall. On this wall, there are small bookmarks that we paid for, right? Small bookmarks that come with QR codes. If you scan the QR code, it brings you to a book. So on each of these bookmarks, there's a haiku, clearly, right? And so that's what we did with Muji. It was very successful. On offices, so what we did was that as the pandemic restrictions were relaxed, right, employers and corporates were keen to bring their employees back. We decided we'll help them with this. We'll create a back to office node. So we created a magazine stand look-alike, without real magazines, of course. They're just images of magazines, and again, there are QR codes there. You scan the QR code, it brings you to our e-magazines. Again, that was very successful in helping us gain mind share among corporates. The corporates were extremely keen to take this up. Yeah, but just to explain to you that nodes are not just about digital resources. They're also physical resources as well. So this is one of our latest, right? It's a pop-up library. It's a pop-up library modeled after Amazon Go. So it's completely operatorless. We persuaded a mall operator to give us the space for free. Right? So what we did was that we fitted it out. And there were quite a few key features for us. So one, of course, in today's day and age, we said that the library has to be Instagrammable. And I think that photo is hopefully convincing to you. At the same time, apart from being operatorless, right at the entrance itself, we put a speaking robot. This is a robot that will make recommendations to you. So you can interact with the robot and ask the robot about which title of manga you want to read, and the robot will give you replies and suggestions. So quite interesting, quite fun. Quite a lot of people, well, it's been wildly successful since we launched it 2 months ago. In fact, our biggest challenge every weekend is that I think our colleagues worry that the titles run out, that the library will be completely empty. But it's a good problem to have. So we've been trying things like that, and our thinking is that every time we do a pilot, it must advance us further in terms of our thinking, how we move ourselves closer to the North Star. So I would say that the notes as a concept we've been piloting has been quite successful. We have 1.6 million visitors across our notes last year alone, just for notes alone. So we think it's a viable long-term strategy in terms of a channel. Let me move on to the third channel. The third channel is delivery. I think Jana had talked about what you're doing in Estonia. We're doing something similar as well. We started off with a subscription service. So this is the little book box. It's a subscription service where parents can pay for it. We'll send 8 books to their house every month. Last year alone, I think we've been doing more than 100,000 books on loan through the little book box. And we see potential for growth there. Very soon, I think in about a month or so, we will do what Estonia has done, right, which is from the comfort of your home. Our patrons can pick any book across our libraries. We'll assemble it for them and for a fee delivered to their home. Right. So we think, again, delivery, there is scope to grow as a channel. So of course, that brings us to digital channel. Right. Digital channel, like most libraries around the world, I think the digital has really benefited through the pandemic. Digital has really grown. For us, just to share some statistics, pre-pandemic, our digital loans used to constitute 1 in every 5 loans. So 20% of all loans. Right? Currently, we're about 1 in 3, and that's a fairly permanent shift. But more importantly, we were not satisfied with our digital channel because we said if content consumption patterns were shifting, that people were selecting what they're consuming not by search, but by discovery, shouldn't we present our content differently? So that was the starting premise. And maybe rather than for me to talk about this, maybe let me briefly show you a video that we produced slightly over a year ago, just to show our vision of what we want to do. If I can get that video playing. Is there sound? Okay. Okay, thank you. How I do. Thank you. Well, just to confess, we haven't built the final product yet. But what we have done is that we've developed a proof of concept, tested that with about 200 people, gave us tremendous confidence now to move along, right? And the next thing we will be doing sometime this year is we'll be building a prototype. And the prototype really focuses on testing, that will be tested with thousands of users. You'll focus on 2 things. One, I think it will focus on presenting content in quite a different manner, learning from Netflix, which is really, if we present it based on what people have read, what people have consumed, how we organize our information rather than focusing solely on search. Our thinking is that, and we looked at some commercial operators on this, it's not a binary choice. It's not search or discovery. You can't have your cake and eat it. Right? It's just that, and I believe that that will help us future-proof our product. And the second thing we will test with this prototype is that we will have multi-format content. So you will no longer be a platform focusing on just books, but rather we will put on there magazines, we will put on there articles, we will put on there e-learning, we will put on there photographs from the National Library, National Archives, we put on there video content, some of which is AV materials drawn from a collection, but some of it will be original materials that we develop. So that's the stage that we are at. And we believe that if this prototype is successful, as we hope it would be, it will fundamentally change our mobile platform and we will replace what we currently offer to our patrons. Right. And now if I can circle back now to the physical facilities, and really that brings two big questions, right? Because as we grow every channel and we see scope for expansion in every channel, we had to ask ourselves, so why would people step into a library? Because if you can get a book, right, delivered to your home, if you can get e-materials that are readily accessible to you, why would you step into a library? We are, like all of you, right, in agreement that there is tremendous value in the physical facilities. We felt that we just needed to articulate it and make sure we are clear about what that value is. And for us, really, it's about the omni-channel experience. That when you step into a library, the focus should not be on the transaction of borrowing a book. It should be about the experience. And we then have to define, how do you get that experience? And we're very encouraged with this, with what we have called the phygital experience, or phygital customers. We've done a lot of deep dives looking at data, etc., and we're fairly convinced, looking at our own data, that if we can persuade more customers to be phygital in terms of their consumption with us, they're likely to be more loyal, and they're likely to consume more with us. And that's really the focus that we've taken. So what we have done in terms of transforming our physical facilities or hubs is that we have been building augmented reality stuff. There's an augmented reality learning trail in one of our libraries. We've done some work around books, existing books that are produced, and we created augmented reality content around them. And those have been fairly popular. It has piqued interest to read the actual book itself. Right. We've also done this Stories Come Alive room. So just to share a specific example of how we use that Stories Come Alive room, you can have a poem played to you in this room itself. Right. And as the poem is read to you, right, there will be images appearing along the wall, depending on where you are at the poem. So if the poem is around about the place in the past, what we would do is draw from our archives, put out photographs and images, and you can interact with it. If you touch the picture, there's more content that will come out. And we think that that's quite encouraging in terms of the public response, and we're thinking about how to scale this up. So that's where we are at in terms of transforming the physical facilities. But we want to go further than that. We want to go beyond that. And that's really to serve everybody. We think that, yes, our physical facilities are important. We need to transform that. But what if we use technology really to bring library and archive services outside our physical facilities? Or beyond the notes, or what in our note chart, you might have noticed a shirt size called Invisi. It's okay, you can see that in your hard copy slides. But in our minds, right, if we use geo-based services, we could actually bring our content anywhere for users to consume. So we are planning to do a proof of concept around it. It will be around these 3 dimensions where we can play with space, narrative, and time. And be happy to share with you the findings after that. We hope in a couple of months' time. So that's how I think we have thought about it. And the reason why I called the channel strategy an X, right, is because it's really the interaction between the different channels that we believe will make the difference. That when we look at it, we should think hard about each channel, be clear about the value delivered to users by each channel, but really it's how these different channels interact together and enhance the overall experience for users. Right, so I've come to the final X. Hope I'm on time. I think I am. And the final X is about the human factor. Yes, technology is important, technology is extremely exciting, but ultimately it's about the human, how it benefits our users. And as I said, we feel that there are ways in which we can harness technology. So we recently, 2 weeks ago actually, we opened this new library, this new Pongo Regional Library. Because it was built from scratch, we had the opportunity to say if we were developing a fully inclusive public facility, what would we do, right? And we went through a fairly extensive creation exercise. So the obvious things were, of course, all these things on the right-hand side, the accessible collection, the facilities, including some privileges that comes with memberships. But what we didn't realize was that arising from public feedback, right, there were some needs that we couldn't really meet, at least not with our current equipment. So for example, there was one wheelchair user, I remember it quite vividly. He told us that my upper body strength is weak. It's very hard for me to use the book borrowing machine, because to use the book borrowing machine, I have to lean forward. And if I borrow more than a couple of books, that's quite heavy. I cannot manage it. So what we did was that we used technology. In fact, we used technology that we developed for the grab and go, the pop-up library that I mentioned, and we created this orange structure that you see on the left. So a wheelchair user basically can go through on his or her own and borrow books without having to do anything, just tapping on it. I think that's just an over-enthusiastic staff trying to show him how to use it. But he's able to do it on his own. And then so that's on, I think, how to make libraries fully inclusive. Again, we saw Punggol Regional Library as a pilot. Our intent is that 1 year down the road, we will do a serious reflection on what worked, what didn't work, and figure out what we could bring to all our other libraries so that we can make all our facilities fully inclusive. Right? The second part of inclusivity is around how we help raise digital literacy. And here we decided to take a slightly different approach. We feel that, yes, basic digital skills are extremely important, but we decided that it is not enough to just focus on basic literacy, basic digital literacy. Why? Because what is seen today, maybe as cutting edge or emerging technology, tomorrow it may well become basic. So if we keep focusing just on basic digital skills, we have to repeat this cycle every time, where we have to do a fair amount of heavy lifting to help uplift the bottom, right? People who are less digitally savvy, to make them function at the basic level. So we decided that we wanted to really present emerging technology to the layperson, figure out a way to interest him or her so that they will be sufficiently motivated, interested to want to learn about emerging technologies through our resources, hopefully. So again, we took a piloting approach, an agile approach, and this is the first pilot that we created together with Amazon Web Services. So this is this focuses really on machine learning. I think it doesn't look like it, but it is really on machine learning. AWS has a deep racer technology, basically where you can do simple coding to teach the racer how to compete better, and we worked with them to convert it into this arcade-like structure. Right? So generated lots of interest, and through this, people can learn a bit more about machine learning. And again, for us, it's about finding pilots like this. We decided that this won't be a permanent feature. It's again a pop-up, right? Because then it forces us to think hard about what other emerging technologies should we focus on? What partners should we focus on? And how should we continue to push the envelope on presenting these to the public in order to make experience it work? So with that, I've come to the end of my presentation. Hope you've enjoyed the 4 axes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Huang Che-peng, to give us such an exciting presentation. And we look forward to seeing the outcome and impact of the LAB 25. So we are about in the end of the conference, right? And today's conference. Okay, so.
Thank you to our presenter and chair. Before we announce the closing of the program today, perhaps we should move on back to our unfinished little ceremony by our friend from Estonia. Welcome Director General Jana Andretho and our Director General Dr. Zhen. Please go on to that stage. Thank you, Director General Andreso. This concludes today's program. We appreciate your participation and invite you to attend the second day of our symposium tomorrow. For our invited guests, please follow our steps for your dinner arrangements. See you all tomorrow.